I'm late. I don't say that to you, do I, Faye? Come on. I know, Faye. Hi, Eve. I'm getting toast real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, let me get the prediction started. Hang on. All right, go. Oh my god, just running around the house, trying to get ready at the last minute with my cat yelling at me. It's fine. I'm here. You missed the prediction, Black Cat? I'm sorry. It was too speedy for you today. Okay, I've got my toast. Let's, Carmilla, don't do that shit. She's coming in here to yell at me some more. Who do we want to hang out with today? Let's get this little guy out. He's pretty freaking cute. Okay, oh my god, sleeping. Okay, that's nice. Alright, Pufferdle. Bloody Marley, you're here early and I'm not even on time. Okay, we got there though, we got there. Hi everyone. How are we all doing today? Let's see what we get. Oh, okay. Okay. You know, we'll give herring a go. It's a pretty easy one today, but that's not the correct guess for our first time, so that means... There you go. There's your payout. All right. What are we working with here? So the weather is correct. Any weather, anytime, not found in the ocean. Probably going to be found during all seasons, if I had to guess. What's the best all seasons fish for me to guess? Okay, carp is sewers, woods, and lake. Well, that'll rule out a lot of stuff. Let's try that. Okay. So it is all seasons. It is found in some of these locations, not all. Which is good. Well, in that case, I'm going wood skip. Boom. Excellent. There we go. Renstarian. Congratulations on the 20 stream streak. Very impressive. Thank you for that. Okay. So, we're going to start off a little bit different today. Ignore my toast. Don't look at my toast. So, last time, at the end of the stream, I finished up by going through and color picking all of the remaining colors. The jam looks tasty. It is. It's raspberry jam. I like raspberry. I went through and I picked out all of the remaining colors that I need to order for the map. So that is basically the mountains, the bathhouse, the train platform, and a couple colors for the Adventurers Guild. So it ended up being 24 colors. So that does mean that the map is going to utilize more colors than I thought. I was predicting somewhere in the 70s. It's actually going to be more like 91, which is crazy. But some of those shades, obviously, I'm only using like a tiny bit of. So Where do I order the floss from? I get all of my floss from 123stitch.com. So they are based in Texas, I believe, but they all of their floss is 79 cents. They do carry cones at this point. They restocked them a few weeks ago. And their shipping is pretty inexpensive. Did I order the floss yet? No. So I went through and I picked out all of the colors that I need, but I have not ordered the floss yet because I have not picked out all of the floss that I need. So yesterday my light was waning too much, so it was making it hard for me to get a good look at the floss in my sample book. So I was like, I'll wait until tomorrow. I have all of the colors picked out, so it'll be easier, it'll be quicker to compare. So we're going to finish picking out the floss colors today so that I can put in that order. So, I have my spreadsheet here. I'm going to pull up HTML color codes again. So what I do so it's easier to see is I take the hex code and I put it into the HTML color picker so that I just get a bigger swatch of it to predict from. But here's my sample book. And so I've turned off my yellow light for today so that I can just look in the natural light. Now, yesterday I did pick out a color option for a few before I realized that I was putting the color codes over on my second monitor, which is slightly warmer than my primary monitor. So I was like, ooh, let me not do that. I'm gonna, what's your email address? It's, 1 second. I'll just type it out just in case. Oh, not the exclamation mark sneaking in there. hookforhandicraft@gmail.com. So yeah, no problem, Black Cat. So yes, so I'm going to recheck the colors that I picked yesterday just to make sure that I think that they look okay, because I want to make sure I didn't pick out shades that are a little bit too warm. So we're going to do this first. We're going to go through and pick these 24 colors together live on stream before we get into the map, because I want to make sure that I still have good light for this. So so the first one that I had originally picked out was 3024. So I'm going to compare and see if I still think that looks close. Gosh, it is really so dim in here. It's crazy. Oh, there we go. If I hold it to the left, that's a little bit better. I still do think that that is not a bad match, but I am wondering... is it a little bit light, actually? I'm, like, trying to decide what's the best view. Yeah, see, like, I can't even really see what I'm doing right now, so I'll just leave this screen up. Yeah, I might go... God, I'm having to choose between a shade that's slightly lighter than the color on my computer or slightly darker. See, that's the thing, and that's... The reason that I'm using floss for this project, as we've discussed, is because of the fact that I have so many more color options with floss. But, you know, it's still not as many shades as there are colors, right? So sometimes I do have to kind of just get as close as I can. Okay, see, now I'm thinking maybe I do something different, because So yesterday I had picked out 523 as one of the darker colors on the mountain, but now I'm wondering if 523 might be better for the main color of the mountain, and I pick out a darker color for this color. So I'm gonna make my note here that I might be wanting to swap it so that I can remember what I picked out before. Sometimes, who's ready for chaos? Because I think I could fight God today. Scarlet, what's going on? The floss thickness would be much more. Yeah, exactly. So there's no one brand that has as many colors. So yeah, exactly. I would have to be mixing and matching brands or dyeing my own, which I don't even want to think about how awful that would be. So yeah, having the consistency of the floss. And I've noticed floss dye lots are like extremely consistent too. So that is also not a concern at all. You signed up for the gym and you got the Scarlet, you got the number of a gorgeous dog-loving lesbian. Okay, today is for Scarlet. Like, this is your fucking day. Yeah, dyeing my own, like, no fucking thank you. Like, no, that is too many skills to be learning all at once. I'll pass. Okay, so we're gonna go with 523 for that one. So what do we want to do for the other two in that case? Okay. This does give us the opportunity to get a bit more green with the mountain, which I do like. So maybe I go with the colors around it in that case. So the floss sample book, you know, obviously has an element of a gradient to it, and I think that this is the color I just selected, and I think that the two colors underneath it that already have this kind of a gradient going on might actually just be perfect to go with that gradient that's already in here. Before I place my order, check my email. Okay, I'll make sure to do that, Black Cat. Thank you. All right, so I'm gonna put in 3053 and 3052 for these. I'm gonna double check 3052 to make sure I'm good with that really quick, but I think that that is gonna be a good option. Okay. The floss book is incredible. Hi Luna, how are you doing today? Yeah, no, this thing fucking saved my life because trying to get a good idea of what floss looks like from the computer alone is just not possible. Welcome back, Faye. Oh, you didn't get it done yet? I'm sorry. Well, hopefully you'll get there. It won't let you share your watch streak. I'm sure it's just Twitch being silly, and try again in a little bit, Scarlet. You gotta get those channel points. There's money stuck in the lint dryer. What the fuck? What the fuck? I hope you can get that out. Yeah, okay, I think I'm good with that. Sometimes you kind of just gotta let the floss guide you, you know? Okay, so we're gonna double check this one. So I'm gonna open this up again. Yeah, the floss book is cool. I think it was like about $30-ish. But you can see how many, like, I can't even show you all of it at once. There's like, what, 25 of these columns? And so it's basically, it may not be every single color that's available. I don't actually know, but it's probably really close to it if it's not. But this is for all of the 6-strand floss colors. So it's like, I think I counted at some point, and the number of colors in here is around 500. So it's a lot. just peeking my microphone over here. It's fine. Okay. So I picked out 30 for this one initially. Where's 30? Here it is. Okay. Yeah, that's way too purple now that I'm looking. Well, I say that. Yeah, I think that's too purple now that I'm looking at it on this monitor. I think 156 is probably better. Yeah, I'm glad I double checked that because my other monitors. See, I was wondering about that because I was like, well, I know that these colors are popping up in the blue category, so why do they look so purple to me? And it's because my other fucking monitor is more red. Where did I get the book? It is still for sale, Scarlett. So I got mine from 123stitch.com. They also have them on the actual DMC website, which is just dmc.com, and they're pretty much the same price. But I get all of my floss from 123stitch, which is based out of Texas, I believe. So for Americans, it's a good option. For everyone else, I don't know. Probably DMC is a good option too, but it should be in the $30 range, I'm pretty sure. Welcome in, Mambo. You're hardly late at all. You submitted your job application? Oh my god, fingers crossed for you. I hope that goes well. Okay, so what did I just say? 156? Okay. Alright, and so we're gonna double check this one now. So glad that I paid attention to this yesterday. This is a huge difference. Alright, yeah, that is so much more blue on this monitor. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay, I'm thinking... That's a little... Is that a little too purple if I go with 340? I think 340 might be okay. Let me see my other blues. There's a lot of blues in here. There's like 4 columns worth of blues, basically. Do I want to go with 3839 instead? I think that might be better. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's closer. 3839. So yeah, you can see for the blues specifically, it's like there's these like aquas, and then these blues, and then the like purpley blues. Like getting into the actual purples. So, you know, I'm guessing cross-stitchers use a lot of blue. Thank you, cross-stitchers, for having such amazing resources. Okay. Just got home from work. Yeah, go get comfy for sure. We'll be doing this for a minute. You're not missing much. Okay. Ooh, maybe 3753. Let me see. Check my other page. I don't think 3747 is a bad pick either. 3747 is a little bit more of a muted grayish blue. I think it's a little bit warmer. What did I say? 3753? There it is. Yeah, that's definitely a bit more vibrant. Yeah, I think I like 3747 better. It's a little bit warmer, but I think it's nice. What did I pick yesterday? 27? What does that look like? Oh my god, that is so purple. Wow. That would have been the wrong choice. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how well y'all are going to be able to see this on camera, because my camera is not very great with colors, but like, there's 27. This is what I picked yesterday for this color. It's 27. So it looks pretty gray. You can see the purples that it's next to. It's like a warmer grayish tone. And then 3747. Where did it go? I lost it. Is it on this page? Well, now I can't find the color I just picked out. How could I have lost it when it's not like there's that many places? Oh, it's right there. Oh my god. So yeah. There's this one. And then this is the one I just picked. Y'all can see the difference, right? Between these two. Isn't that crazy? Like, I don't think you can really appreciate how much more warm this one is on camera, but I think it's a pretty clear difference regardless. Water and sky need to look different? Yeah. It's so light. Yeah, this is a pretty light part of the mountain. So, I think that that's the primary difference that you can see on camera, but there is also a big difference in how warm the tones are as well. Okay. So this one, this one might be a little bit tricky because it's so light, but like not as light as, I might have to make like a little bit of a compromise with this one. Maybe 159? Gosh, that feels way too vibrant, but it's funny too, because like when I'm picking these colors, I kind of have to like angle my book like this because I'm trying to catch the natural light, right? So I don't want to be looking at it in just the shadow. So I got to catch the natural light because it really does make a big difference changing those subtle details of the color. But then if I catch the natural light too much, the sheen of the floss makes it look lighter. So it's like a lot of like angling it around. Try and get a good idea of what the color looks like. Yeah, this is a tough one. Hi, Em. How are you doing? I might have to go... Oh, wait. Is that... Wait, I think I found one that could work. Oh, but it's like so... I'm just gonna have to decide if I want to do something that's a bit more blue or a bit more purple. Let's go with this one. Let's go with 3752. I think that's fine. I think when it's next to the other one, it'll make sense. Gosh. It definitely makes the other one look warmer, though. But that's way too purple. Yeah. Yeah, I'm picking colors for the map. So, I picked out the last of the colors. So we're picking colors for the mountain right now. So I'm looking at the mountain peak and trying to decide how I feel about these two colors next to each other. I think that'll be fine. Looking at it on camera is kind of helpful, actually, because then I can kind of see them closer together that way. So we're going to go with 3752. Thank you so much, honey. My wife just brought me coffee. My plate looks like a Courier and Ives plate. Yeah, we've had these forever. It's actually Churchill. I guess allegedly from England. But yeah, we love a blue willow pattern. You have to get going. You'll be back later. Absolutely, Faye. We broke out the color wheel. Yeah. Oh my god, drumstick ice cream cone, Mamba, that's fucking incredible. So yeah, I went through and I color picked the last of the colors that we need for the map. So that's basically like the mountains up here in the corner and the stuff that's happening over by the train station. And so it ended up being about 24 colors. So while I still have good natural light, we're going through and comparing them to my sample book. I pull them up over here so that I can see a bigger swatch. And yeah, so I'm picking out the last of the colors I need. I thought y'all might find it interesting. I don't know. I just had so many questions about how I pick colors, and I'm like, well, here, let me show you. It is a lot of eyeballing and just trying to get as close as possible. So this is such a pretty color, though. Maybe 955 for this, or I think I can go a little bit cooler than that. Maybe 563. I think I like 563 for this. Yeah. Ooh, 955 is so close, actually. The book is out of stock. Did you check on both websites? My god, I've been influencing too many people to buy it. I'm sure it'll be back. Okay, we'll do 955. A little bit warmer, I think, is good. We'll start off a little bit warmer, and then we can get cooler as we go. How do you decide how many skeins to get of each color? It's hard. I do reorder. It's so generally speaking, so for something for the mountains, I know that I'm going to need a few of these. So if I know that I'm going to need, gosh. I would probably just get 5 for this main color, just to be safe. Because it uses up more than you think. Like, one thing of floss is like... I think it's a little bit less than a full row. Like, if I was only going to... Like, when I'm doing the border and stuff. That's kind of how I figured it out. Oh my god, both sides and another you found out of stock. Well, I will keep an eye out for it, Scarlett. If I notice that it's back in stock, I'll let you know. But it'll come back. It will 100% come back. Like, they will. Don't worry. I hope it's not the fucking tariffs messing things up for people. Yeah, we'll get it for you. If you need any help in the meantime, just let me know. But yeah, so for this main color of the mountains, I would probably want to get like 5, just because, at least, maybe more than that actually, now that I'm looking at it. Maybe like 7 to be safe. I would rather get a little bit more than not get enough, you know? And then for these lesser colors, like, I probably only need one for like this medium color because it's only popping up in a couple places. And I would probably get like 3 for this shadow. Maybe like 2 for this, well, probably only 1 for this light mountain color, honestly. It's not that much. 1 for these shadows. So like most of these I'm only going to need like 1 of. Yeah, maybe like 3 or 4 for this color back here. So it really just, it really is a matter of eyeballing it. Like, I really don't have anything more sophisticated that I do than that. Then I just kind of look at how much of it there is on the map, and then I make a guess, and sometimes I'm right on target, and sometimes I have to reorder, and that's okay, because shipping from 123 Stitch is only like $3, so... And I also have a craft store nearby that I can go to if I only need like 1 or 2 of something, and I will do that. But they are a little tiny bit more expensive than 123 Stitch, if depending on how many I'm getting. So if I'm getting a bunch, then, and you factor in the shipping cost, then like the shipping cost becomes pretty negligible. But like if I only needed to get 2, it wouldn't make sense to order from 123 Stitch and have that shipping cost on top of it versus paying like 10 more cents at my local store, right? So I just kind of hope I get close enough. I'm not afraid of reordering. The dye lots really don't make a difference with this, in my opinion. Okay, let's go 993 for this one. That's what is immediately standing out to me. And I feel like something, generally with color picking like this, when something jumps right out at you, that's a pretty good bet. Hello? Am I not actually... Oh! I know what's happening. This is so annoying. It won't even let me... Okay, one second. So this one is fucked up because... if I do it like that, then Sheets tries to convert it into equation. So... but I need it to all be together. There we go. To work for a color code, it has to all... it can't have a space in it, so... okay, this is significantly more blue. Wow. Maybe... is 518 too dark and too vibrant? Maybe 807? Maybe 597? I kind of like 597 for this. So it's always good to keep in mind basic color theory for this stuff too. So, like, I know that I'm picking out a lot of shadow colors. So you can see it pretty clearly in the progressions of a lot of these colors, but you want to remember that warm colors will naturally come forward to the eye. So visually, they're going to pop out a bit more, and cool colors are going to recede. So it's basic atmospheric perspective. When you're looking at a mountain range, the mountains that are closer to you are going to look more green. You're going to see more of that green grass color or tree color. And as they get farther and farther away from you, they start to look more and more blue. So that is the color effect of the atmosphere and the distance between you. So when you're picking colors for your projects, you want to keep that in mind. So if you want one color to appear like it's going behind another color, it's good practice to get a cooler color. And that does not mean you have to use green on top and blue on the bottom. Just like when you're picking your shades of red, for example, you might want a more of like a scarlet red for on top, and then more of a like wine red as your shadow. As someone with aphantasia, I wish I could see what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely, Scarlett. So I will be putting together a video about this specific topic at some point. I have so many fucking videos I want to make. It's ridiculous. I wish that I was faster at YouTube stuff, but I will get there. Trust me when I say I want to make a video about it, it is coming. It is just going to take a little bit, but I will put together an actual YouTube video about this specifically because I think that it's something that is not talked about enough. I think that this is one of the most important aspects of color theory for the average crocheter because a lot of times we're working with very limited options in terms of the colors that are available to us. So, you know, if you only have a couple of colors to choose from, you really want to maximize how you're using them, right? And I think that understanding warm tones and cool tones is a great way to do that. So thank you, Black Cat. I'm glad you're getting something out of it. Yeah, I think with visuals, it will help y'all to see what I'm talking about. But, yeah, I hope that it helps people. Like I got a magazine recently from Nitpicks that I thought had some great information in it about color theory. So it talked about like the color wheel more. So like analogous colors, complementary colors, like colors that are directly contrasting like red and green versus colors that are next to each other, right? Like red and purple and blue. So that's really good information, but I did notice it was missing the little bit about warm colors and cool colors. So I think that that's a lot of people when they're talking about color theory, they skip over the warm tones and cool tones. So I definitely want to talk about that. Okay. So this one, ooh, I may be able, I think I already have this color. This is a very clear 747 to me. This is such a vibrant shade. So if I'm not, yeah. So I already have 747, so that'll be perfect. So I will just make a note for myself here. Whenever this happens, I jot down use 747 so that I remember that that is a color that I already have. So I'm actually going to delete these colors and everything can get moved over here where it belongs now. I just had it like that for while I was making my adjustments, but this one will stay here because it's a color I already have. So all right, so this one, slightly darker. I'm thinking maybe 3761. Is that different enough? You thought Picture This was a figure of speech until you were in your 20s? That's wild. Yeah, Aphantasia is so interesting because I think it's a really great, funnily enough, visual illustration of how hard it is to understand a negative, right? So I'm gonna compare it to the asexuality spectrum real quick. I think that what is happening with aphantasia visually is very comparable to what is happening with asexuality in a more emotional sense, because like how do I explain and contextualize my experience as not experiencing something in a world that doesn't give you any context for what that means? So like, yeah, my understanding of like sexual attraction being something that's way more figurative in my experience growing up. Yeah, so you get it. Do you get it, Scarlett? Do you see what I'm saying? Like the comparison is there. I think that's so interesting. But yeah, it is so hard to understand a negative. It's so hard to understand what it's like to have, or like to not have something that you have, like the ability to imagine pictures in your head. Like how can you even, how does that work, you know? What did I say? 3761? and 7:47. So how do we... I'm going to look on camera. Oh, that's different enough. Yes. Okay. So that'll work. I do this, by the way, in real life, where if I'm trying to get more perspective on something that I'm doing, whether it be a drawing, whether it be the colors in an illustration, whatever, I will take a picture of it with my camera, or I will hold it up to the mirror, because changing your perspective on things to see how they look when you haven't just been looking at them this closely for 3 hours is really important. So, highly recommend. Oh, my camera is lagging. Okay. That was me, y'all. Don't worry. Absolutely wild that I was trying to explain how I feel attracted to people on an emotional level, not physical level, and your ace friend just goes, yeah, because you're Demi. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Nickel. I think it's why it's important to talk about, you know, because I've heard people talk about, like, I saw this one person who was like, I don't think that we need to necessarily, like, categorize or like make asexuality as like a piece of our identity because it's such an invisible piece of our identity. But I completely disagree with that, because it's like, I'm not talking about asexuality so that allosexual people can know that about me. I'm talking about asexuality so that other people who are asexual have some kind of frame of reference for their experience, because like it's such a mind fuck to try and fit yourself into this box that doesn't actually make sense for you, but you don't have any language to describe yourself otherwise, you know? Yeah, it really does. I also think that, like, they were incorrect for saying that regardless, but, like, I get kind of what they mean in terms of, like, when you're asexual, it's not like when you're gay and everyone can see that you have a same-sex partner, right? Although you could also argue that, like, well, you could just tell people that they're your friend, right? Like, it's such a slippery slope of, like, what does visibility mean, right? So, I don't know. I think that was kind of a silly thing for them to say in the first place, but I kind of get in a sense what they meant by it, but normal is a setting on the washing machine, 100%, Nico. Thank you. Um, the same people who don't want NBs in trans spaces. Yeah, I think that's very... Oh my god, I'm not... Y'all, I don't want to talk about the threads discourse that I've seen today. I don't want to get into this, but oh my god, it's pissing me off. The way that the bean soupification of being trans is so annoying. Okay. Ooh, I like 3766 for this. Okay. Like, I don't know. You know, we talk about invisible disabilities, right? And their impact on people. We can't talk about invisible aspects of our sexualities. Like, NB can count as trans? Yes! 100%! Yes, you are trans. Gender fluid is part of the trans umbrella. So, transness is an umbrella. It basically is a term that means... a lot of people think that the trans in transgender is for transition. That is a misnomer. That is not true. It means across. Hence, you know... what is another word that uses trans that I'm blanking on right now? Transcontinental. So, between continents, right? Like, it's not transition continental. So trans, if you are a trans, that just means that your gender is different from the one that you got assigned at birth. And nobody gets assigned gender fluid at birth, so by default, you are transgender. Now, you don't have to identify that way just because you are non-binary. Like, identity is a complex thing. Plenty of non-binary people don't view themselves as trans. That's a personal experience. But if we're talking in a general sense, absolutely you qualify, whatever that means. Yeah, if you don't like the label, you don't like the label. Nobody has to use a label if they don't like it, regardless of how technically well they fit into that. You know, labels are for you. Yeah, some people draw hard distinctions between yeah. Yeah, like you can be agender and be trans, or you cannot, because some people would think that those two things contradict each other. Like it just is a matter of like your sort of personal philosophy of gender in a lot of ways. And just like you don't need to be on HRT to be trans, which is what's got people all freaking out today, and it's so dumb. Sorry, it's dumb. This conversation is dumb. Not this conversation, the one I've been seeing on threads about the literal phrase, you don't have to be on HRT to be trans. It's, oh, God. Okay, 943. Yeah, they see NB people as women light. That bugs the heck out of me. So I don't participate in spaces that are advertised as being for women and non-binary people. Is the bracelet on your wrist a practice one? Yes. I was going to talk about this in a minute, but I can go ahead and mention it now. So I made one last night for practice. I don't want to use this particular closure. This is just something that I had on hand. So it's a basic sew-on snap. I want to use a snap, but not this snap. I want to use a different kind that is it's not sew on, it's a bit more of a secure closure. It's kind of similar to a rivet in the way that it's attached, but I think a snap closure is the way to go. But yeah, so this is my prototype. I found the hardware that I want to use last night. I went searching for it, but I just think snaps are like the easiest way to get a bracelet on. I don't lobster clasps are, I don't know. There's so much work. Is this why we are color planning with DMC thread colors? So yesterday at the end of stream, I went through and I picked out the last of the colors that I need for the map. So what we're picking out right now is actually for the map, it is the last few colors that I haven't gotten yet to finish the project. So I need to go ahead and get them ordered because we are about, let's see, we are right about here currently. So you can see it won't be long at all before we're up at the base of the mountain here. So yeah, we're just doing a little bit of prep today before we get into crochet time. But there will be crochet time, don't worry. But yes, I will be doing pre-orders for the bracelets soon because so far the response has been pretty good. Oh, and the other thing I was going to do, you have to go now, Scarlett, movie marathon, have so much fun. I was thinking I'll make a keychain version as well. So it'll be the exact same thing. I might make it a little bit longer. So it would be like a wristlet version. But the construction is so similar. I would just make it a little bit longer and then just put a rivet through so that you can do... I probably will splurge and get the... instead of the... like the standard little circular keychain bit, I would get the lobster clasp ones. Not lobster clasp for like a bracelet, but like the circular carabiner things. You know what I'm talking about for keychains? I think those are just nicer. So have a keychain version and a bracelet version because they're so similar. So will we get to watch you make the order? We can talk about that if y'all are interested. It'll be a pre-order thing through my website. So it's not like I'm going to have notifications on stream when they come in or anything. But like if y'all want to have a stream of me making bracelets, we can do that. You've been lurking as a crocheter yourself. You have so much patience with all those color changes. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's really fun, but I can definitely see why some people don't like it. See, I get really bored with not having color changes. Like when I'm just making things, it's getting harder and harder for me to just make like solid color stuff. Like I'm getting bored now, so I crave the novelty. So for me, the color changes is like what makes life worth living. Ooh, I like 733 for this. That's really pretty. and then it's gonna go next to, I believe, so I'm gonna write that down, 7:33. It's gonna go next to 8:31. Let's see. Oh, 8:31 is darker. Is that gonna be okay? Is that correct? Oh, yes. Oh, not that. I have to be careful to always keep the eyedropper tool selected. Okay, yes, that is correct. It does need to be lighter. Then that's perfect. It'll definitely read lighter. You love mindless single color projects? They can be fun sometimes, like if I'm like watching a movie or something, but a keychain would be awesome. Okay, I'm glad that people are liking the idea, because like I don't want to alienate people by only having the bracelet, but I can't really do something more complicated than that, you know? But like a keychain is on par, so like I can make that happen. You've done Fair Isle and knitting? I would love to try that someday. You'd love this DMC book? Yeah, they're out there. Apparently they're out of stock right now. I think Scarlett was looking for them a minute ago, but I will keep an eye out and I'll let you know when they come back in stock. Because they should normally be pretty easy to get your hands on, but they're super handy. Super handy. You did a kind of complicated tapestry panel for a blanket and you enjoyed it so much more than you thought. Yeah, I think it's a wonderful thing to try. It made you get back into your cross-stitching project because it felt similar. Totally. I see, like, I have done cross-stitch. I just enjoy crochet more. So I get the comparison for sure. I like the mechanical action of crocheting more than I do cross-stitching. You were just gonna get a bracelet and clip it to your bag? Well, let me save you a step. Jesus Christ. That's not how you fold this book. Thank God. Ah! Just destroying this book, trying to get everything out of my way. Yeah, I can't quite fold it as much as I want to right now, but it's fine. Twitch is being a hater? I'm sorry, Nickel. Hopefully it'll get it together. Oh no, you better plug in those headphones. Hi Alex, how are you? There's an Undertale cross-stitch book. You could use it for crochet. Yeah, check the patterns, but if they're like charted like this, absolutely, 100%. Which, why wouldn't they be if they're cross-stitch, right? But you want to make sure that they're on a grid, basically, which they would be because it's cross-stitch. So yes, I think that you could use that for crochet, 100%. Watching these streams has inspired you to get back into cross-stitching. I love that. I love my overlap with the cross-stitch community. I think it's so fun. I feel like I'm the little kid in the booster seat at the adult table, but it's like me at the cross-stitching table. Come over here. Oh, that's much better. Yeah, 760. Yeah, that's the one. Pixel art is such a vibe. I know. See, that's my next thing to tackle is like actually getting good at making pixel art, and especially pixel art that I can then convert to crochet, because it is a little bit of its own animal. There's stuff that you would do in pixel art that would be fine that does not translate well to crochet, and that's kind of something that you have to get used to. Further all on a grid, yeah, that would work. That's what I feel like all the time on stream. Well, in your case, it's a little true. It's a little true. But that's okay. It's okay to feel that way, you know? Like I said, I feel that way sometimes. You gotta lean into it, you know? I think diversifying your hobbies is definitely the way to go. Okay. Ooh, interesting. This is an interesting color. Is that too dark, maybe? 3726? You did a huge pixel art commission once for character design? Yeah, pixel art is really... It's tricky, especially when you're going actual small scale. Like, making pixel art for crochet, you're not always necessarily working with, like, as minimal an amount of information, right? So, like, true pixel art, very tricky. Yeah, very tricky. But I say that all the time, too. Like, people talk about how logo design, because it's so small, they often think of it as being, like, such a simple thing to do. Trying to communicate something with limited information is very difficult. Logo design is hard, okay? Oh, there we go. 223 is the one. 223 is much better. And then I think that that will make more sense going into this next color, which is more purpley. Yeah. This 223 is a little bit cooler, so... you're a hoarder of crafts. You're trying not to start 2 new ones at the moment. I know what you mean. I want to get into felting so bad, but I cannot afford another hobby right now. I do not have the time for that. Off for a week from school, and you have 2 goals, which are finish chapter 3 of Deltarune and finish 10 rows of your blanket. I think that you got this. Those are excellent goals. Let's see. Maybe 316. I kind of like 316 for that. Yeah. 316. So let's see here. Let's see how that looks on camera. So what did I just pick out? So 316 is the darker color next to, of course they're nowhere near each other, next to 223. Yeah, that's warmer, so that should be fine. Ooh, are they too close? This is the tricky part. Should I go with the next color down? Should I go with 3726, or is that too dark? I think I should go with a slightly darker color. I think that the, well, because what is this for? What is this for? This is for the bathhouse. I think darker is better. I think I should go with the slightly darker one. So what is that? 315? Wait. Oh, no. It was 316, so 3726. Okay. We're getting there. Only got a handful left. Buying yarn is a separate hobby, 100%. You got a second drumstick? I applaud you. Oh, the first one was stale and underwhelming. Boo. Well, you would be justified either way. Zephyr, you find a project that you have a specific yarn in mind for, wait a while before purchasing it, and then yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you go on Nitpicks, you can add things to your wish list, so you can shop without purchasing things that way, and then you have things saved to your wish list for when you're ready to commit, right? I'm sure there are other sites that do that too, but I know Nitpick specifically does that, so. So this is pretty blue, but I want to make sure it's like grayish enough as well. I'm thinking I might just have to go for like a pretty blue color. Which is fine. It's like for the roof where it's glass, so it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking 827. What's it gonna be next to? It's gonna be next to... Oh, a very light color. Hang on. Gonna be next to 3072. You're supposed to be saving money? How can I do that when you're flaunting your cool floss book? Well, fortunately for you, it's out of stock right now. What did I say? 827. Okay, I can go lighter than that, because that's going to be such a dramatic contrast. So, well... Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just go for it. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go 827. Oh, I had a note here about use 598. Potentially. Is that something that I have? Oh, because that's the base of the mountain. Let me see what they look like next to each other. Wait, just kidding. I don't have that right now. I gotta order. Wait, no, I do. That's the sewer color. Cool. So they look good next to each other. How close is this to 827? This one's definitely darker, but they are pretty similar. Well, I'm gonna get 827. I like 827 better. Yeah, Alex, you are not old enough for that. You've been making a few scrap baskets with half skeins. That does sound fun, yeah. You have a whole amigurumi book? You don't need fluffy yarn to make amigurumi necessarily. I like to make amigurumi with more standard stuff, just because I think it's a little bit... You get a little bit of a tighter weave in there. I don't know. I just don't really like chenille. I don't like how it feels on my hand. Fluffy makes them cute. That is fair. That's fair. Alex, you're such a contrarian. I say lovingly. Lovingly. You like big push posh for plushies? I really want to get back to designing my doll pattern at some point. I had an idea for one, then I stopped for a while because I was like, this is going to be way too expensive for me to ever sell this. But then I was like, just make it into a pattern, dummy. 436, I think. Parfait Chunky is also good for plushies. A good thing that you have some, Mumbo. You're making another sweater out of chenille yarn. You're gonna be so warm. Hi, Silver Tabby. How are you doing? You only saw episode 1 and you were deeply traumatized? You didn't. Yep, that's... I mean, I was watching some shit when I was your age, so I can't say anything, but yeah, that show is, I haven't even seen it and I know how graphic that show is. Well, maybe 437 needs to be for this color, actually. Maybe I'll do 437 for this one and 436 for the other one. Oh, I did do 4. Perfect. 437. There you go. Boom. Change the font colors for some of these so they're a little bit more clearly visible. Is that a swatch book? It is indeed. It's so handy. How are you doing today, Shy? It was all censored? Yeah. Yeah. When you first watched Goblin Slayer, you were like, this is episode 1. Yeah, some of this shit out there, pretty crazy. You have a 3-day weekend? Oh, good. I'm happy for you. Your cousin told your mom to watch it? Oh my god, that's so awkward. Parents be out here, like, having sex and stuff. Ew. Okay, ooh, maybe 3... Is that too warm? 301? That might be a little too... Well, it is on the orange spectrum. Could also do 434, but I feel like that's too dark. But 301 is pretty warm compared to the other two. So I'll just, yeah, I'll do 434. It's fine. Because it's in line with the other two. Sex is real, allegedly. It's propaganda from Big Condom. Big Condom, so he says. We all know you don't really need a Magnum. 3778, I'm thinking. Sometimes you get in a silly, goofy mood and consider recommending it to your parents. Has a baby that they made from scratch. Have you seen the TikToks of people watching it with their parents and their parents being like, "Oh, wow, that's a fun position." Like how do people just have that relationship with their parents? Let's go 402. Four zero two next to 3778. Yeah, that works. Okay, that's all of them. I've picked all the colors. I have every color picked out for the map now. Let's go. Ew, Miko. Mentioning his size and saying he'd tear up the women he was commenting on. There are no condoms small enough for him. What a disgusting thing to say, though. Like, imagine thinking like that. Why can't I fold this back now? What did I do? Hold on. There we go. Maybe? Okay, sometimes I really fucked this up because I can't figure out how it goes now. You know what? It's gonna be okay. Oh my god, I cannot. Ah. Oh, I think I see the problem. Did I, like, fuck this up a little bit? It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. I can't get it, guys. I'm just gonna put it down and walk away. I'm just walking away from that. After 5 minutes or so, she said he could still watch, but in another room. She's like, I'm gonna excuse myself from this one. Your mother walked in on the only dirty scene in Community? That's so typical, isn't it? It's like when you're watching something and it's like not even bad, but then like somebody comes in for like the worst moment. Okay, y'all want to like actually work on the map now? Or nah, maybe we just chill for the rest of the day. Shopping? I mean, I could go shopping on stream. But it's already been an hour and a half. I'm probably not going to make any progress on the map if we do that. It's not going to be that interesting, because I'll show you. Hang on. 123 Stitch, actually their website is, it's too good. So if you go to the 6-strand floss ordering part, which I have bookmarked, you can literally just paste in your color codes and click how many you want and then add it to cart. Unfortunately, you can't do like different amounts for different kinds of floss, but like I could literally, hang on, copy and paste, and I can add all of these to my cart at once. Isn't that the coolest fucking thing you've ever seen in your life? And they just have all of these colors, like, all the time. So I will get back to that, though. Don't worry, Black Cat. I won't forget about the email. I will get back to that later. Just because I'm going to have to do a lot of, like, soul searching about how many colors I want to get. You're curious how much I'm going to spend? I'll update y'all. I'll have, so I got my, cost so far. It's been approximately $300 so far, so definitely gonna push me beyond that. I don't think it'll be too crazy for this last little bit, but because a lot of those colors I'm only gonna need like 1 or 2 up, so. But yeah, I've had to buy a lot of floss to get through this project, so. I mean, I will probably go ahead and order my cones. Hopefully they have the colors that I need. So like, let's see really quick if they have the ones that I need for cones. They have quick ordering for the cones? That is so cool. So do they have 3802? They do? Fuck. Okay, that's gonna be so good later. I'm really excited. So I'm gonna go ahead and get cones so that I can have all the colors that I need for the bracelet. So yeah, if you haven't seen it yet, I made a bracelet last night in the colors of the map border, and I'm gonna be doing pre-orders for these so that people can have a little keepsake from this project. And also a keychain version. Oh my god, don't fall off my desk. Oop. Okay. You're so excited to have the fluffiest pajama set. Yeah, I bet that's gonna be really nice. You're gonna be so warm. Oh, almost fucked that up. Back to Spaghetti Fridays. That's right. It's gonna be fucked up again next week because I keep doing an odd number of rows, but we'll get it here and there. You have murder drones pajamas? What is that? It's a show? Is this like some Gen Alpha thing that I don't know about? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I know, the Gen Alphas are very young. You're wearing Halloween pajamas? Hell yeah. What other pajamas even are there, right? It's Halloween all year long. Aren't they 10? I don't even know. My knowledge of generational divides is about as robust as my knowledge of horoscopes. Like, oh, you're a Virgo? I'm happy for you, dude. No, I do not know when your birthday is. Next year they're in high school? Oh, I see. So Alex is a cusp. That's what's happening here. You're not in PJs, but it's your bedtime? Why wouldn't you be in PJs all the time? I literally am in pajamas unless I have to leave the house. And even then, sometimes I just say fuck it and don't change. It's funny, I wear my actual outside clothes more often in my videos, like for filming purposes, than I do any other time. Like, I specifically change to film the video and then change back into my pajamas. You're on the cutoff between millennial and Gen Z. Yeah, I'm pretty solidly a millennial, but I am a young millennial. So I don't feel like I fit Gen Z at all. So I can understand feeling alienated from that, especially because generational identity is like such a vague, like, I don't know, like, we don't all like the same things, you know? We don't act the same way, but it's more, I feel like it really only makes sense when we were talking about, like, what was on TV when you grew up with, like, when you were growing up, things like that. So, thank you for redeeming Water Time, Rinstarian. You're 30 in 15 days. Welcome to the club, Shy. I'm happy for you. Being in your 30s is cool. You went outside today, hence the clothes, I see. Did I ever fall victim to a fedora? Fuck no. Though I did know plenty of people who were my friends who wore them. I'm not really a hat person, so that spared me a little bit. I have a very sensitive head, and I get uncomfortable pretty quickly when I wear hats, so... Which is sometimes unfortunate, because sometimes I do want to wear a hat, but it's kind of hard for me. The trends and such that I identified specific times of the 90s through mid 2010s changed so much more rapidly than in the decades before. Yeah, I mean, certainly. We have a lot more rapid progression of things now. I don't know. Maybe even like at this point, it's like generational markers or like explaining what your school curriculum was, even like how you learned. What's fucked up to me is that like Gen Alpha's growing up with AI in school, which, ew. This is how you learn you're a millennial? You're blessed that you didn't know that until just now. You have such a hard time fathoming that people are born after 2001? I know. I get that for sure. Or, like, you know, the year 2000 even. You're the same age as Shrek, too. I really, for a second, I thought you were saying I'm the same age as Shrek, and I'm like, that's pretty fucking cool, but then that's not true, is it? Well, I don't know how old Shrek is supposed to be in the movie, but... You're the same age as Shrek's marriage. Same age as Pokemon, Tomb Raider, and Resident Evil. Yeah, I've seen people look up, like, what was the, like, #1 movie of the year that you were born. I think that's a fun one. I feel like that illuminates a lot about, like, what was happening in the cultural zeitgeist when you came into the world. And Spice Girls Wannabe was a #1 hit. What a time to be alive. And you just barely were there for it. The #1 hit when Naomi was born was Pink Pony Club. If that's not a blessing for your baby, I don't know what is. I'm gonna trim this one and move it over here. The first Percy Jackson movie came out like less than a week after you were born. Yeah, that feels right. Quit reminding you that you're almost 40. Don't worry, Miko. It's okay. Most of us are not that young. Well, I guess some of you are kind of young. Some of you are like 21, which is like a little weird to me, but not weird that you're here, just like weird that people are 21 and I'm not. I'm 32 though, so we have a wide spread, don't worry. An 18-year-old tried to hit on you and called you old. What is wrong with these young people? You're as old as Jurassic Park? That's a fucking awesome age to be. Hi, Unraveled. How are you? Elder abuse. Also, please don't tell people your age if it's gonna make you unsafe, okay? Been lurking? Thanks for the lurk. Great to have you. And it's always so fun to see, like, what's gonna call people out of the lurk. Like, I say this as like a chronic lurker myself. I get very anxious talking on other people's streams, so like I'm never judging a lurker. Like, I 100% get it. But I think it's really funny because it's like, you know, I go through that too, where it's like I'll be lurking and then something will happen and I'm like, I have to speak, I must speak. So I think it's really interesting to see like what does that for other people. You've also been lurking. Hi, Pixie. Well, please be safe for sure. If anything awkward happens in the chat, you know, like in general, I view my spaces as being kind of like 18 plus, but I'm not mad at minors being in here by any means. I just want y'all to exercise all due caution. Like we all know that Alex is a minor. We certainly talk about that enough, but I want y'all to feel free to like reach out to me if anything weird happens in any of these spaces. Anything says something awkward to you, like 100% let me know. I'm gonna shut that shit down. I've done forum moderation before with all age groups. Like I'm gonna look out for y'all. And please be safe out here, okay? I too have been a minor on the internet and I fucking know how weird people can be, so I just want y'all to be safe. You feel like you're in a daycare, me included? Okay, Nickel, what are you, like 50? 2 weeks ago, you were walking into the band room to talk to your colleague and a kid gave you a compliment. When you came out of the band room, he asked if you had a boyfriend. Oh my goodness. If I had known you were a teacher, I never would have hit on you. Oh my god. At least he thinks you're looking youthful. Minors aren't allowed to crochet. Oh my god, Alex, it's okay. I'm pretty sure you even directly asked me if it was okay for you to go in there. And I did say yes, so like don't worry about it. I had forgotten that I put that 18 plus rule up there because it had literally just never been an issue since I made the server. And I kind of stand by it. Like, I'm not encouraging like young children to be in that chat, but I understand that like when you're a teenager, you're kind of in this like liminal space of like being ready to interact with adults, but it's still being like kind of inappropriate in a lot of contexts. So like, I don't know. It's like something I want to approach with caution, certainly, because I think that y'all need to be protected, but I also want to make sure that in your infiltration, your inevitable infiltration of adult spaces, you have a safe place to do that. So I'm happy to be that safe place within reason. So that's my thoughts on the matter. Like I said, I've done forum moderation. I have seen people, you know, in real time be really fucking weird to minors. So I really am looking out for that shit. Like, y'all don't even realize how quick that can happen until you see it yourself, okay? You had no idea there was a Discord server? Yes, so there is a... Thank you, Mambo. Mambo is always on top of it. There is a Discord server. Anyone is welcome to join. You pretty much always just lurk. Yeah, streams are background noise. Absolutely. The Twitch, I feel like, is definitely... It's much less of, like, of an issue. And that's part of the reason I think that like opening up the Discord just felt like it made sense, because I figured it was more likely that there were going to be people from Twitch who were minors Because I feel like my Twitch stream not having 18 plus tags on it or anything, like there's no reason for you not to be in here, right? So that's the other reason that I was kind of like, I'm less concerned about the Discord because like people are going to be in here anyway, so like it feels weird to say that you can't be in the Discord. Yeah. I just want us to all be mindful, that's all. You felt weird being friends with people at work who were only 16? Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Yeah, Mambo's always ready. Finger on the trigger. Thank you for the water timer, Instarian. Waistband is the perfect size for your waist, but doesn't fit over your hips. Yeah, that's the tricky one. The Pavlovian response that you had to that. You ate so much frosting? Of course you did, Alex. Of course you did. Enjoy your stomach ache. Is this the same frosting that made you sick the other day, too? One thing that I have noticed, with doing waistbands specifically, is that I feel like if you're doing like ribbing, I think that wool works better for ribbing. I feel like it snaps back better than other yarns. I just noticed that like with my acrylics, when you stretch it out, I feel like it stays stretched out more than my wool. And like every time I've worked with wool, it pops back more. Wool makes you itchy. Yeah, totally fair. I mean, some people are just allergic too, so. But yeah, that's a good reason to be using a drawstring. Cotton always feels like it stretches too much, which is interesting because it doesn't really have that much. Well, I guess that's the thing. It has stretch, it just doesn't have much elasticity. So it stays where you put it, right? So if you stretch it out, it's going to stay there. Yes, elasticity, wool has it for sure. It has a great memory for shape. You also like dunk Oreos in it sometimes, don't you? Alex, you dunk Oreos in your frosting? You like to eat strawberries with frosting? Damn. The Oreos actually were the problem? I see. So we've stopped that behavior. Got it. That makes sense. I mean, some things just, like, don't agree with your stomach as much. Like, for some reason, ice cream bothers me a lot less than, like, other kinds of dairy. But then, like, non-dairy ice cream also bothers me. It's weird. Hey, Ash, how are you doing? Oreos are great for milk production because of the advertising being that you dunk your Oreo in your milk. Gluten-free Oreos are better than the regular ones? Interesting. Ice cream is the one volatile dairy for you? See? It's so weird how everybody's different. Animal Crossing time? Fuck yeah, I can't wait to play later. Slowly but surely getting everything moved around on my island. One of these days, I'll be able to start putting it back together. Oh, human milk production. I see. I see. That is interesting. Why would that be related? Ah, I see, Alex. That makes sense. Did you know that Oreos are vegan, and so people who are newly vegan will, like, get caught up only eating Oreos because they can't figure out what else to eat? Oh, chocolate boosts a lot of people's supply. Interesting. Some, like, medicinal property of, cocoa, yeah, cocoa. Cacao. The coca bean. Could never be vegan because all your safe foods are either meat or cheese. Yeah, I was trying to go in that direction for a while. And yeah, I just ended up being in a place of, like, I don't really want to stop eating cheese. I'm sorry. And also, like, some of the substitutions that I was making just didn't really agree with me, so whatever. I'm a vegetarian. It's fine. Yeah, salad and cucumbers, yeah, that's not enough to live off of. Sweet chili Doritos are one of the only dairy-free flavors of Doritos? Interesting. I mean, that's okay, though, because the sweet chili Doritos fucking slap. One second. I messed up somewhere. But it's fine. I can make some corrections. You have chronic migraines, and your ears ring if it's too quiet, so these streams have been your favorite background noise. I'm so happy to hear that, Pixie. I'm sorry about the chronic migraines. I know that shit is fucking hard. I used to get them a lot more often. I thought I was approaching chronic migraine territory for a little while there, but it never quite got that bad. So it's been a lot better recently. I definitely don't think one of my previous occupations was helping at all. I used to work in window restoration, so I was doing work to restore like antique wooden windows, because a lot of houses in Massachusetts are like original colonial construction, so they have these super old windows on them. So I learned how to, like, you know, strip the windows, repair them, take the glass out, put the glass back in, which was very fun, but ended up being very hard on me. And it was a lot of repetitive motion for my shoulders, and my tension in my shoulders contributes directly to migraines for me. So I think that that was just getting to an unsustainable place for me. Finished waistband? Hell yeah. I'm also making shorts. Let me show y'all what I'm doing. I might end up backtracking on these a little bit, because I'm thinking about, like, I want to do some shaping for, like, the butt, so that it's a little bit, like, longer in the back than it is in the front. So I might end up frogging some of this back a little bit and turning my work instead of working in the round, but this is the waistband that I did for these. And this one is wool, so the stretch on this is so nice, but I am also working on some shorts. Jessica, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How are y'all doing today? My name is Jack. I'm a crochet and fiber artist here on Twitch and most social media platforms, and I'm currently working on crocheting the Stardew Valley world map pixel for pixel. So you can see up in the right hand corner here, I have the map pulled up as my guide for while I'm working. And we were on the back side today, so it does, you know, pretty much look like spaghetti. Oh, it didn't work for you, did it, Shy? Let me see here. I should make you a mod, Shy, if you want. There we go. I did it. I figured out how to do it finally. But thank y'all so much for joining us today. Yes, I will flip it over for y'all in just 1 second. I just need to get to a point where I can move it around and I don't have to worry about it unraveling. So give me just 1 second here. I'm going to do another couple stitches because it's not at a very good anchor spot right now. Okay, I'm going to need that one. I'm going to need that one. And then we'll be in a good spot. All right, so you can see in the bottom left-hand corner there, we have 69 rows remaining. You came at a good time. We're on the best number. And that's how long until the project is complete. So it's 244 rows total. So we are getting pretty close to the end here. And very exciting, row 61 is when we hit the 3/4 mark. So we are rapidly approaching being 3/4 of the way done with this project. So when that happens, excuse me, I will do another weigh-in, and we'll see how much it weighs. Okay, I'm gonna anchor it here. All right. Let me cut this really quick too, because it's gonna get in my way. Okay, I'm gonna need a decent amount of this. And probably should just leave this one connected, because that's gonna be a lot. Okay. zoom out a little bit here so we can see the whole thing. And move my toast out of the danger zone. Okay. So we're working our way up the mountain currently. We're getting very close to the bottom of the desert. Thank you, Jessica. This is for fun. This is not a commission. This is just something I wanted to do for myself. So, you wonder if Concerned Ape has seen this? He's certainly been tagged enough, but I'm sure he gets tagged and stuff all the time, so. Hard to say. So yeah, we'll be, we're climbing the waterfall here. And then I think next week we're gonna hit the quarry up here. And we're getting close to Robin's house as well, so. Can't imagine how long this is taking too. Yeah, I'm on week 40, so. Or I just did week 40, so I guess I'm on week 41 now. But, yeah, it's been a little while. I've been working on this for a little while. Like, let's see. How many hours did I say it was? I'm estimating that it's like 2.5 hours per row. So, hang on. How many rows have I done? 244 minus 69. That's not right. What did I do? There we go. So yeah, like about 437 hours or something so far. It's turning out great. Thank you, Miko. 2K away from a square. You got this, Ash. Gonna switch to mobile and go lay down? Yeah, please take it easy, Mambo. Your blanket is like 40 minutes to an hour per row, depending on whether you lock in or not. Yeah, that's the trick, too. And, like, it's very much an approximation of the time. So, like, I don't time myself. That's just basing it off of, like, you know, doing my best to notice. And, like, kind of paying attention to, you know, how fast I work on my fastest days on stream. But I tend to go slower on stream, so yeah, I tend to not usually base things off of like the actual time spent on something because I'm not usually working at my absolute best and fastest. So everything is usually based on my ideal time, but I think that estimate is a bit more of like an actual time estimate in this case. But yes, thank you so much for raiding. Feel free to stick around and hang out, but if you need to go raid and run, take care of yourself, please do that as well. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, happy to have you. Thank you again so much for the raid. You're hoping to use this 3-day weekend to get a lot of work done on Naomi's tulip blanket? Yeah, hell yeah. How far along are you so far? You just finished washing your dishwasher? Gross. I'm sorry for you that you had to do that. That sounds terrible. You're over 300 ppb carbon monoxide in the air in Utah right now? Jesus. That is so horrific. Like, how is this not... Like, are y'all in emergency shutdown mode over there yet, or... Like, this is a natural disaster. That's horrifying. No changes to daily life. Like, oh God. The way that people in this country are not being taken care of right now is completely unacceptable. You can usually see the mountains from your house, but not right now. Oh, that's disgusting. Like, if this isn't your sign to find a way out of there, Ash, I don't know what is. No different from a couple of cities in China. I mean, similar conditions, but kind of different because of the cause, you know. Like, one of those things is related to the city infrastructure, and one of these things is related to a natural disaster happening in the lake. And, like, isn't it kicking up, like, arsenic into the air? I'm sorry, Ash. Yeah, man-made natural disaster. I mean, so is pollution, but on a different... in a different way. Yeah, arsenic isn't reported in the air quality report. Yeah, it's horrifying. Gonna lurk and mop for a bit? Absolutely, Alex. Yes, get your dishes done, Shy. You're watching and judging? Oh, okay, good to know. One day the earth is gonna shake us off like a bad case of fleas. I know, that's what I'm saying, Miko. Like, people talk about the end of the world. I'm like, it's not gonna be the end of the world. It's gonna be the end of us. The earth is gonna be fine. She will bounce back, don't you worry. Stretch break? Thank you, Shy. I'm gonna do my hands. I'm like, we fucking deserve it. You know? She's right for that. The earth doesn't need our help. She doesn't even really need our respect. She just deserves our respect, you know? Like, the earth will find a way, one way or another. Which is not an excuse for us to be negligent, you know? Like, we shouldn't force the earth into that position, but the earth is more powerful than we are. Your mom called as you reached peak comfort and asked you to do something on your computer? Oh, man. Whenever you think about Italy in the beginning of COVID, I mean, it's really crazy the impact that very small changes can make on the environment. Like, have you seen the footage of what happened to Yellowstone after the wolves were reintroduced? It's like two different places. It's unbelievable how much it changed. Time to go no contact. Yeah, it literally changed the course of rivers. Exactly, Miko. Yeah, it's tough to be in that position, Ash, when it's like, it's not even like you need a fundraiser. It's like you need infrastructure that just doesn't exist for you. Yeah. There's like so much independence that disabled people are perfectly capable of having. It's just not made available to them, unfortunately. Like, that's the maddening part of it. Like, it fucking exists and it's there. It's just like, we're not letting you guys have it. Thanks for being neighborly, Nickel. Yeah, that's a good point. If there's any equipment to help you, like, get through the fucking smog disaster that's happening. If your in-laws hadn't asked you for help, your husband and you'd be making plans to jump ship. I get it. It's tempting, isn't it? But it's like, running away from the problem is such a difficult decision to make, you know, because how far can you even get from it, for one thing? And then also it's generally speaking, it's the people who are capable of leaving who are really needed, you know? And I say this as someone who is also, like, very tempted to, like, get the fuck out of here, but or do you mean in Utah specifically? Because if that, in that case, yeah. If you can leave that area, don't breathe in arsenic. Making do with supplemental oxygen, yeah. Like, it's like the Flint water crisis all over again, you know? It's just like, people are just going to be poisoned and nothing is going to happen about it. Yeah, being stuck here because of disability is so, feels so fucking bad. That's like how the world is. Like, you're too disabled to add to society or something, is what that logic is like. Wow, you actively have the worst air quality in the entire world right now? That's unbelievable. What can actually be done that can start working now and not years down the road? Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a good question. I'm sure there's anything, you know? I mean, I think that there are a lot of things. I think there are a lot of answers to that question. Some of them may not be the most, you know, nice answers. Mambo loading over there. You good, Mambo? I don't think I'm very good at it. Oh, you finished mopping. I was like, what do you mean you run around the house with a big stick? Yeah, mopping would be the key part there. Now your house smells like chemicals? What'd you put in your mop bucket? Stopping the overuse of water right now could heal things in a matter of months. Abolish fucking grass. No more people having lawns. God damn. you know, in arid zones specifically. But also more in general as well, because a lot of people are putting grass in their lawns that is not native to their areas that requires way more water. So yeah, abolish lawns. There are people at the U of U predicting that cancer rates are going to increase by a factor of 10. Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine. Oh, it doesn't smell good. Right, Alex. You ordered a steam cleaner? That'll be nice to have, Shy. As someone who lives in the desert, you'd rather have a lawn than gravel and dirt. They're just so resource intensive, you know? Have you seen the succulent lawns that people do? Or like the, I guess lawn isn't the right word, right? Like just replanting with like succulents and native plants instead of the imported grass, because it's such a drain on the environment. And you know, when there's a drought, like, you just have to let your lawn die. You came in during a serious conversation. We always find a way, don't we, Jamcat? You want a clover lawn? I think clover lawns are so pretty. You're originally from Michigan, so living in the desert is just killing you. No, I get that for sure. It sucks. It sucks to just be in an environment where you're like, this is not for me. This may be for some people, but this is not for me. Like, I'm from Georgia, and I had to get the fuck out of there. It was too hot for me, 100%. And every year in the spring, I was just, like, in abject misery because it was constant headaches from the changing air pressure. I need to be somewhere that has an actual winter. Yeah, Utah is a natural desert. Yeah, it needs to be allowed to be that way. You're moving back, hopefully, in the next couple of years. Fingers crossed for you, Miko. The worst thing you saw, you were on a road trip and saw a man sleeping shirtless in the sun, trying to take shelter in a Safeway supply doorway. You brought some water. Oh my god. Yeah. Left it next to him, then went back to your car only to see a full flush rolling golf course with its sprinkler running. Yeah, the illustrations of wealth inequality when you see them so like in your face like that, it's hard not to be enraged by that shit, you know? And the hostile infrastructure that people put in place because, you know, they don't want these unprotected, unhoused people laying in the only patch of shade that exists. They want them to go lay in the sun and die. Let's see. V Rosaria, am I saying that right? How would you like me to interpret your username there? Saw your blanket on TikTok. Yes, it is embroidery floss. Welcome in. You came at a very interesting time in our conversation here. Yes, all embroidery floss. Your city is trying to give people incentives to change their lawn from grass to fake or gravel, and oh, people are waiting on the golf course to go first. Well, yeah, it fucking should. You'd think that there would be some kind of like mandate in place if the city is working on it. Like, okay, then run the golf course out. Like, do you not have that power? Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the convo. Not at all. Not at all. We're all over the place. Don't even worry. Jack is insane. People say that about me so much. It's wild. Sometimes it's cute, sometimes it's not. I am starting to get a little bit over it. Not you saying it, Shy. I'm not talking about you. Just like in my comments on social media and stuff. Because it's like sometimes people just come in and that's the only thing that they say. And I'm like, you know what? It's just not cute today. We're all insane here. Yeah, what is sanity, right? The anti-homeless architecture here is crazy. That is what is insane. That makes me feel crazy. Single crochet thread is insanity, but also insanely impressive. Well, it has, so floss is actually a little bit thicker than crochet thread, generally speaking. So floss is, I think it's comparable to fingering weight yarn because I'm using a full 6 strands, right? So it's not, crochet thread is, it's plied, and I think it is probably more like 2 or 3 strands. So it's a little bit bigger than you think it is, but I am using a 1.3 millimeter hook, so it is still pretty small. You've been told you have the autistic man accent. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a bit different in the UK too. Yeah, hard to know. But like, what is it? Fingering weight is like weight 1 or 2. I think lace weight is 0, right? So fingering weight is like 1 and then sport weight is 2. So weight 1, if that helps. Allegedly. I don't know. I've seen other people talking about it being comparable. So I'm just going with that. But I have noticed that like the crochet thread that I've picked up in the store to look at, I was like, oh, this definitely is thinner. Your eyes could not cope with a 1.3 millimeter hook. I think a lot of it ends up being about like, I don't know. I feel like I don't look at my projects the way that people probably think that I do. If I was focusing on my actual hook, certainly I would feel that way. But I feel like I don't look there. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, huh. How do I look at this? It's like partially feeling it out or something? I'm not sure. Oh, it's a 2. Fingering weight is 2. You're gonna stab on crack, but that didn't feel kosher. Definitely not doing that. Don't worry. With small crochet or like fluffy yarn, you gotta feel. Yeah, and a lot of it too is like all of this down here looks really complicated, but then all I'm really looking at is like the very top row where the stitches are a lot more defined and easier to see. And like you're talking about like with chenille and stuff, I feel like it's the same thing. Like you just gotta look at the top row and that's all the information that you need. Your friend told you today you have like a, if you focus really hard, you can hear it version of it. I mean, what even does that mean? Find one fiber artist that doesn't fondle yarn. It's a part of it. Okay. Stardew portrait with fluffy yarn. Maybe I could do that for like a Krobus portrait because Krobus, his portrait doesn't have that many different colors in it. But most of the portraits still have quite a few different colors. But that would be pretty cute. I think a fluffy Krobus makes sense. Maybe I could do like a simplified version. You know, I've been wanting to do like the actual character portraits, like the in-game ones. So like, I did not spell that right, but like how in-game each character has their portrait, right? So this is Krobus's in-game portrait, and you can't fucking see it because it's too small. Hang on. Right? This is his little in-game from the cart, yeah. So maybe if I did this one in fluffy yarn, that would be really cute because it's fewer colors and it's way simpler. A fluffy chimkin, that would also be very cute. Gonna put me in sleep mode again. Bye, Zephyr. But yeah, I think that would be really fun. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, Ash. Thank you so much for helping out, Nicole. This community is such a blessing. I feel the same way. Yeah, enjoy your lurk, Alex. The wizard, but his hairy bits are eyelash yarn. Okay, now who's messed up? Which season would you use for the in-game portraits? That's true. So I've done a couple of portraits. I've done Alex's portrait, the one where he's blushing, and then I've done Sebastian's portrait. So let me actually not be on this. I forgot that I was still doing this. So I have Sebastian's portrait. This is his blushing one I made. But so I have been looking through, because eventually I want to make all of the villager portraits like this. So not even just the in-game versions, but like the full, like, or I'm sorry, not the traveling cart versions, the like actual like dialogue box versions, right? So I've been looking through the different portrait options that are available like as I'm playing the actual game, because I also have a playthrough that I'm doing right now on stream. So sometimes I'll do that on Thursdays and Fridays, like after I finish my map row, but on Sundays, all day during stream on Sunday is just Stardew Valley Day. So as I've been playing, I've been seeing what the different options are for people's portraits and being like kind of like picking out the ones that I like. And for a while, I was like kind of joking, kind of not, about for Shane, he has the one where he's like passed out drunk on the floor, like face down. And I think that's such a fun one just because it's like so different. But so I was seriously going to do that one actually for a minute there. But then I saw that later on when you do his 10 heart cutscene, he has that one where he's holding a chicken that is so cute. And I'm like, okay, I have to do that one. So all the portraits together in a big die and then roll it to see who you have to marry. Did I crochet it over a cardboard or something? So I finish it. This is how I'm going to finish the map too. So this also saves me from having to weave in any of the ends. So it has a backing on it, and in between the backing and the crochet part of it, there is a backing board in there. Yes. So it does keep it nice and sturdy. And then I just sew up the edge there. So that's how I'm going to finish the map too. And I think with the map, I want to have like a piece of metal for the backing board so that it can be magnetic. And then I want to make little teeny tiny heads for all of the different characters in Stardew Valley, and then I can move them around the map. Thank you. Yeah, Shane with his portrait, Shane with his chicken is your favorite portrait. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a really good one. Yeah, so I have in my playthrough, I have the NPC map locations mod. So that's what my game looks like anyway. So I would basically be emulating that mod, but in real life on my real version of the map. And I've had so many people ask me like, oh, are you going to do the traveling cart and stuff? And I'm like, well, if I do that, I could, because there is an icon for the traveling cart in that version, like on the NPC map locations version of the map. Jesus Christ. What did I do? This is why I don't use a lot of bobbins. I don't usually keep things on bobbins because they get tangled so bad. Okay, there we go. Everything else I can kind of comb my fingers through it, and it's not so hard to wrangle, but the bobbins get messed up. The little faces would be so good. Yeah, for sure. Make sure Marnie is never at the shop. Just put her at Lewis's house. Put Lewis and Marnie in that bush outside his house. Little freaks. Like, your house is right there. What are you doing in the bush? Bachelor and Bachelorette one? That would be cute. Let's see, how many marriage candidates are there? The villagers could be needle minders. That's cute. You might yoink the dice concept. You should do it. You could use the traveling cart versions and they would be really good for that scale. Do I use a specific technique? I use every technique, every color change technique for the map because there's just so many different colors, you know? 13 with Krobus. Okay, well, you would have to leave out Krobus, but a D12 is perfect, yeah. Or a D6 if you wanted to do 2 separate ones. I mean, I guess you probably could make a D13, but it'd probably be a little bit more complicated in shape. Okay, let's remember what we're doing. Good night, Zephyr. Yeah, go rest your eyes. Thanks for hanging out. You can make a tiny Krobus for some other reason. Yeah, you don't need a reason for that, right? It's always a good time to make a tiny Krobus. If y'all are ever looking for a place to find assets from the game, by the way, let me share this with you. So the wiki is very handy, but this website has basically all of the Stardew Valley sprite sheets in it. And so it has a lot more of the stuff that's not on the wiki. How long have you been crocheting for? Oh, God. Hang on, let me check my website because I always forget. Like, it's at the beginning of a new year, so I'm like, how long has it been? But I have it in on my About page. So I started crocheting Christmas 2018. So what's that? 7 years? Nice amount of rows left. I know, Frazzle Duck. How are you doing today? Oh, I didn't finish what I was doing. Haha. About to put some stitches in your temperature galaxy. I'm gonna need you to explain. Need to grab another clip. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I got more in here. These are basic clips for like sewing, by the way. So I just have a bunch of these that I use to keep my floss tidy while I'm working. There we go. I was like, I know I have a fresh thing of them. So it's these. You've been considering a temp tree? That's really interesting.
Rosaria just subscribed with Prime.
Oh, Rosaria. I like how God, what's his name? Adam or whatever the fuck the automated voice's name is. I like how he says it. Is that how I should say it? Thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. I really, really appreciate that. Oh, it's like that, but a galaxy cross stitch. Interesting. So it's on black Ada, so it looks really pretty, but it's hard to work with. So how are you incorporating the temperature element into, like, do different temperatures determine like what kind of galaxy you're making? Have you put this? Are you in the Discord? Have you put a picture of this in the Discord? Because I have to see this. Yes, please. I would love to see if you're willing to share, because that sounds fascinating. It's !Discord will bring up the link for you. That's how you kind of say it. People call you Vero. Because of the way he says it, the Vro part. Oh, does he say it like Verosaria? I thought it sounded more like Vro-saria, but anyway, either way, it is cool. I feel like that really like helped me like put it together in my head, like what I was looking at. Okay, one person subscribed and now there's a hype train going. I really need to adjust that. It's a little overzealous. But yes, if you aren't aware, by the way, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can get one free Twitch Prime subscription to use on any channel on Twitch. And on my end, it's exactly the same as a regular subscription, but you get it for free. So just putting that out there. If you have Twitch Prime and you have not connected your Twitch account, that is something you can do. It kind of evolved as a nickname on here from Vra to Vro to Vero. Yeah, no, I get that for sure. Oh, you didn't get the stream notification. I'm sorry, Kiri. Are you in the Discord? If you're in the Discord, you can join the lurker role in the roles channel, and then you will get tagged every time I go live. So some people like that better, because the Twitch notifications are very unreliable. Like, very unreliable. Do you crochet for a living or just a hobby? Ideally, it's for a living. I don't know that I can say I'm making a living yet, but that's the goal. So yeah, this is my current job. I am self-employed. I sell crochet goods and make resources and things. So that's how I'm trying to orient my life. It's difficult, but you know, a little bit at a time, right? Kiri, thank you so much for cheering those bits. It's Granny Square time. So if you are, let me just, I'm going to do a couple more stitches to get to a good stopping place here. If you're not aware, there are granny square redeems. So you can do those using channel points, or you can use bits to get a granny square. If you click on the description for each granny square, it tells you how many bits will get you a granny square. But I am putting together like gonna be a community project. So all of the different granny squares that everybody redeems are gonna get sewn together. And then the first thing that we are going to make is going to be a background to replace this one with the moons on it so that y'all can see it every time I'm working on something on stream. Okay. We have some very excellent squares so far too. So do you know what colors you would like, Kiri? You get 4 colors. You want a blueberry? Okay. How are we doing this? So do you just want the dark blue and the green? Do you want some light blue in there? Yeah, I'm looking for your blueberry exactly, Shy. Maybe the light green, then light blue, and dark blue times 2. I think that could be cool. Find blueberry. Yeah, here's the little blueberry that Shy made. Yeah, but it's only a 2. It's only a mini one. So yours would be bigger, so it could be slightly different. I like your idea. I think they go together quite nicely. I like that we're so fruity in here. Like everybody wants to be fruity with the granny squares. So Shy did a blueberry and has a standard one as well that's an orange. I'm gonna come over here to the Kiri, I think that you might be in the lead. Oh, wait. You and Scarlet are tied for most granny squares. We can also add a strawberry. That would be really fun. Like a little mini one for a strawberry. So do you want the strawberry right now, or do you want to still go with a blueberry? You mean gay? That's what I'm saying, Shy. Big blueberry for now. I like the big blueberry. I think that's cute. So we're going to do green, light blue, and then 2 dark blues. And if you have not heard yet as well, once we get our first project out of the way, I'm going to order more colors. So this yarn, they didn't have that many colors available at my actual local yarn store, but I looked online and they have like a ton. So we will widen our color palette when that time comes. Do I think that'll look good? I think that'll look adorable. I love that. Trying to prevent things from sliding off your desk. You're saving up, Jam Cat? Hell yeah. You have the bits because you're impatient. I mean, totally fair. Here he said more squares for me, right? Really sneezing today, my gosh. Do I usually stream around the same time? I do. So every Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, I stream from noon to around 4 o'clock Pacific time. So it is currently almost 3 p.m. for me, if that helps you figure out what time it is for you. So I would have started streaming 3 hours ago. Yeah, no problem. I also have my schedule up on Twitch here if you go to the schedules page if you ever do forget. So, and it's also in the Discord calendar. How do y'all have so many points? You got to be clicking on those treasure chest, Ash. Yeah, the treasure chests help a lot with getting channel points. I am surprised you don't have more because you are pretty active in the chat. So being an active chatter helps you get channel points. Participating in raids. Let's see, doing the predictions. That's why I've been doing predictions at the beginning of every stream to help y'all get more channel points. What else? I think there's some other things that I can do to get channel points for y'all, but I'm not exactly sure how that works because according to Twitch, I like can't give people channel points, but I know people will do stuff with like marbles. There's a Discord add-on that auto-translates time zones. I think that there is, although in the calendar, oh, y'all, I did that wrong. Haha, that's so funny. I'm just gonna start over. I'm not paying enough attention to what I'm doing. Does the calendar auto-translate the time zone for y'all? It should, right? Bit subs and watch streaks, yeah. You're heading to bed? Thank you so much for hanging out, Vero. Yeah, hope to see you again soon. Yeah, the watch streaks help a lot, for sure. Yeah, once you get past the first few, it should be like 450 channel points every time you redeem one. Schedules in your time zone? Awesome. You work during some streams? Yeah. Well, you know, it wouldn't feel as worth it if you didn't have to work for it, right? Instant gratification is not everything. You just know your show comes on as you're leaving work? That's so funny. You just happy to be here? I'm happy to have you. But I will definitely keep looking for ways to give y'all more channel point opportunities. I'm gonna investigate like how people do it, because I swear to God, people will do it with like marbles on stream, and then the winner of marbles gets channel points. Like I'm pretty sure people are able to do that, but I'm like, how? There must be some kind of like functionality with like the marbles widget that enables you to do that, because it's not a basic Twitch function where I as a streamer can go in and like edit your channel points in any way. Like I can't give and I can't take away channel points. But then I know my friend Andrew also is able to like return people's channel points. So I'm gonna have to ask him how he does that. Usually you're either between naps for work or it's your recovery day. In the mod menu you can reimburse. Hang on, I'm gonna go look at that really fast. Like if you look at the like the redeem itself, or people have to spend something. Oh, so do you have to look at like when it comes up in the I'll ask Andrew. He'll be able to tell me where to look. I'll figure it out. It's something I want to play around with more, for sure. I think it'll be handy to know that kind of stuff for the subathon, too. I think the subathon will definitely be a good time to try and, like, pump y'all full of channel points. But there's plenty of time before that happens. The return points is basically the channel point redeem menu. Okay. When is subathon? It's gonna be around April, so it's not soon. It'll depend a little bit on moving. So I'm gonna be moving at some point, and that's also gonna be happening around April. So I'm gonna have to we're gonna have to wait a little bit and see, but that's a ways away yet. So it'll be in celebration of the end of the map. So like I'm gonna do the last 10 rows. I'm going to do on stream, and I'm gonna crochet every single day on stream until the map is finished. So gonna be your next door neighbor? Totally. Sad to no longer have Jack within my region. I'm sorry. I know I gotta go back to being an East Coaster. Every day, just for the subathon. Just for the subathon. So it'll probably be like a week of streams. And then I'll be exhausted and have to go crawl underneath a rock for a little while. But, you know, it'll be really exciting at the same time. It makes sense for me, though, because when I am at the end of a project, all I want to do is just hyper-focus on it until it's done. So I think that that's going to really mesh well with being at the end of the map. In the barren Midwest. Oh, I'm so sorry. I know, I've driven through there. You have better seafood over here? Well, I hope that this isn't wrong of me to say, but I'm not that big of a fan of seafood in the first place. You're starting to wheeze? Oh my god, Ash, I'm so sorry. Never mind, I can go? Okay. See, now I've offended Nickel and I'm allowed to leave. The governor needs to get his shit together? That he fucking does. Well, they do. I don't know what your governor's gender is, but I'm assuming because it's Utah that it's a man. Not crabs? Yeah, get him, Shy. Spencer Cox. An unfortunate name or an apt name? You still smell the pizza you had when you were a child? Midwest is pretty mid on food, yeah. Your family grew up with him and he's a pushover? That's so funny, Ash. Well, maybe he could be a little bit more of a pushover and somebody can push him over to the lake to fix the problem. Get to come with you to make chorizo eggs with tomatillo ranch? Oh my god, Ash. Say what you will, I eat good. You got your priorities straight. You may be suffocating, but it's gonna be tasty. You have what, Kiri? What is that word that you just said? Oh, Brahms ice cream. I was like, Brosm. Is this like some weird thing that is like Midwest specific? Like God, what's it? It's right on the tip of my tongue. Oh my god. Runza. I'm like, is this another Runza moment? This is cute. I definitely think that this has blueberry energy. Weather-wise, you think you'd do well in the PNW? Too emotionally attached to your proximity to legitimate Amish markets and your mom? That's fair. Well, it's so funny because in the PNW, it's like you have so many options for the kind of weather that you want. Just depends on if you want to live in a city or not. It's like if a blueberry and a hydrangea had a baby. That's cute. It's like a blueberry that still has the flower on top. You love listening to us talk about America while sitting in your igloo up north? We have all of the weather. We have every weather in America, okay? You stole the cold weather? I think maybe you did. In Maryland, it was 60 on Monday and 30 today. God. It always really fucks with me when the weather jumps around like that. Like, can you just hold still? You're in Kansas where you had a day with all the elemental weather at once. Snow, rain, sun, and excessive wind. Oh my god. Give it back? That's what I'm saying, Nickel. And your classroom has no heat? Oh god. Yesterday it was really foggy where you are for the whole day. Where I am, that is super common. The fog has definitely been hanging out lately. Texas has had crazy weather this year. Keeps slipping between 70 and going back to 40s out of nowhere. Yeah, just as long as it doesn't drop another snowstorm on y'all, right? Fingers crossed. You don't get much fog? Well, at least you're getting some now. I mean, hopefully that's a good thing. I don't know. I like fog. I think fog is super cool. Maybe not for driving in, but I say that. We drove through this, like, freak fog bank when we were driving through North Dakota to come out here. And we, like, asked the locals at the time. We were like, is this normal for y'all to just have fog like this? And they were like, no, this is out of nowhere. It was, like, 40 miles driving across North Dakota of just, like, a solid fog cloud bank. I've never seen anything like that in my life. And it was thick, too. You changed your weather app to Fahrenheit so you could speak our language. It's -22 there with the wind chill. Where the fuck are you? Betting on Canada? I think I might know this. I think you might have told me where you're from before, but... And it's potentially not Canada, but I don't know if I'm thinking about somebody else or not. Northern Manitoba? Okay, I am thinking about something else. Oh yeah, don't go super specific. Yep, that's plenty of information. Okay, I mean, Canada also has quite the wide variety of weather, but yeah, it does tend to be colder than ours, no matter where you are. But that's wild. That is some cold weather right there. Well, hopefully you're staying warm and all that. Come on, dox yourself. Anybody doxes themselves in here, they're getting timed out. You need to go think in the corner, sit in the corner and think about what you've done if you're gonna do that. Okay, I think that's so cute and pretty. Thank you for redeeming that, Kiri. I like that one a lot. You have posted the galaxy in the Discord? Alex, don't even joke like that. You, most of all. Blueberry! Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me go see here. Let's go see this galaxy thing. Oh! Interesting. So are you working in like a certain order of like... I see that you have all of those different like plus signs on your Ida cloth there. Are you like working around in a spiral to form the galaxy and like changing colors as you go? That's really cool. That's gonna be so cool. The pluses are grid lines and you're changing the color each day. Totally. Do you have like a, I guess, do you have like a, like a pattern that you're following in terms of like the shape of the galaxy that you're gonna make? Oh, there was the little blueberry. Gotta put that back. There was a 3-day stretch at the same temp. I see. You broadcast your location all the time because you do art markets. Yeah, sometimes it's like you gotta kind of pick how much of that information you're comfortable with and how you're gonna deal with the fact that like some level of geolocating is gonna be possible for you. Like, I try to keep it as vague as I can, but yeah, I have a similar kind of situation where it's like sometimes people are gonna have a general idea of where I am, and there's only so much I can do about that. Zoom back in a little bit more. You got a pattern from Climbing Goat Design. Oh, that's so cool. Well, I bet that's gonna be super awesome when it's done. That's such a fun idea. Your town doesn't cancel school unless it's -22 without wind chill? Oh my god. That's pretty fucking dramatic. You need to do some delete me shit. Yeah. You don't tag locations on maps. Yeah. Yeah, I figure like people knowing that I'm generally located around a major city is like whatever, because my actual location could be in any direction from there, right? Um, does anyone else like running out of yarn in a way because it shows you're making progress? No, absolutely. I get that. And I think that being comfortable with incorporating a new skein of yarn is an important step in your journey. Yeah, it's just changing a color. Exactly. Exactly. Um, yeah, so when you haven't started working on tapestry work yet, I think understanding that and being comfortable with that is a great first step to getting used to doing tapestry. But you actually are working on a tapestry currently, so you already know that. It amazes me how you keep all the threads sorted. There's definitely some level of like just getting used to it visually. It helped a lot that when I started, there were fewer colors to deal with, and I feel like that really helped me ease into the process. Because like I started down in the ocean where it's mostly just blue, and then I would, just bring in a couple colors at a time. So by the time I got into the really, really complicated stuff, I felt a lot more comfortable. Yeah, I can fully appreciate how this is something where if you are not actually doing it to yourself, it looks very like indecipherable. Homemade tomatillo ranch slaps? I bet it does. That sounds really good. Does that taste anything like the spicy ranch from Taco Bell? Because I love that stuff. That cheesy gordita, so good. Never had it. Well, it's very delicious. So it's funny that it's like so late in the stream and I'm only just about at the halfway point now because we started out with color picking and stuff. Hi Lunapath. It's always satisfying to see the end of a skein or a ball. Absolutely. No, I agree with the point though if it's a bigger project, because sometimes when it's a smaller project it's like it puts you into yarn chicken territory, you know. Tomatillo, cilantro, jalapeno, lime, ranch powder, and mayo. Okay, I bet you it is kind of similar then. I feel like everything but the tomatillo feels very similar to the spicy ranch from Taco Bell in terms of flavor profile. I love it when I have like a little bit of color hanging down or hanging out somewhere from like earlier on in the project and I get to just like recycle it and bring it up. That's why you'll see me just sort of like down here sometimes like randomly picking through thread, and that's what I'm doing. I'm looking to see if I have a random long piece that I can pull up. Eat some more of my toast. Your eyes are nonstop watering? What's going on, Kiri? Oh. I think somebody redeemed water time earlier, and I don't remember if I did it or not because I was stretching. So I'm gonna drink water right now just in case. Trying to watch and look at things. Oh, they're too tired? Well, give your eyes a break if you can. It's important to rest when you need to rest. Your water bottle is so pretty. Thank you. My wife decided that we needed them. They're like the off-brand, like, whatever the fuck water bottle is popular right now. So they have the like wide mouth and they also have the like straw. I actually really like them. And they don't leak, which is nice. I think it's Owala, but they're like Walmart brand. So if you're looking for an off-brand Owala, these are actually pretty good. Osaka! Hey, it's leak proof. Yeah, I feel pretty confident saying that because I have definitely put it sideways in a tote bag next to my Switch, and you know, that would have been really bad if it hadn't been leak proof. So getting some smoothies and going back to sleep, yeah, for sure. Definitely get some rest. And a smoothie sounds very good too. Oh, you're just waiting on a delivery? Okay. Well, I'm glad that after your smoothies arrive, you will get some rest. I bet that smoothie is going to taste so good too because you're so tired. Yeah, something about smoothies and nap time makes me feel very cozy. Third shift is awful. Yeah, I bet. I bet. You've already been on it a year. It's hard to adjust. Like, it's just not for some people. Like, I used to do not third shift, but you know, I was a baker for a while, so I'd be at work at 4 a.m. Never fucking adjusted to that. Let me tell you, it was always hard to wake up. And on the weekends, I was still staying up late, so your mom is sharing her brownies. That's so nice. You're so tired that having actual food can be too heavy. Yeah, no, I get that. I like to drink my calories too. It makes it a lot easier to get stuff down. Finished row 14. Good job, Alex. You said you were trying to get 3 rows done this weekend? Is that what you said? So I think you probably can do more than that. Sounds like. You said 10. Okay. See, that sounds more like it. Yeah. I think you got it. More water time. Thank you, Rinstarian. What would I do without you? You have to ingest food. Have a great rest of your day, Alex. Thanks for hanging out. You'll have to get back to working on your niece's blanket now that you finished your grandma's. Oh yeah, I'd be a little raisin Rinstari and you could feed me to a Junimo. Oh, tricky, tricky. I do have another long guy down here. That's why I always gotta check. You're a raisin no matter how much water you drink. Gotta try and up your water anyways because labs are due in 3 weeks. You got this. Having a handy-dandy water bottle at your side definitely helps. Or, you know, just drinking more smoothies. It's also a way to get some good hydration. Hydration does not just have to be from water. Other things have water in them. Wow, Nickel. Maybe you should feel ancient. Look, you want to call me a baby? Them's fighting words. The only time you've properly hydrated is when you've gotten IVs. Oh my gosh. You'll take your musical references and go. You won't. You won't. You're supposed to have this blanket done by January 1st and it is not done. Uh-oh. Why were you supposed to have it done? Was it a commission? I mean, shit happens, right? You won't. Good. No, it's your brother's Christmas present? He'll be fine. Oh, the big-ass Zelda blankie. Okay, your brother has seen it, though, right? Like, your brother understands why. You can't get blood drawn from your arm because your veins are all small and flat. You have to use your hands. Ooh. Very specific angle, and it took like 10 minutes. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes they'll put like a... I feel like they'll put like a warm compress on you or something, right? I don't know. Yeah, it's funny because whenever I go to get my blood drawn, they're always like, I can't find your veins. Are you dehydrated? And I'm like, I don't know, man. They tell me this every time, so I'm starting to think it's not anything that I'm doing wrong. And then every single time, they get it right the first time. So I think that they're just not... Like, I think I have good veins. You just can't see them. When I was getting surgery, though, they pulled out this really nifty machine that, like, helps them see the veins or something. It was very cool. My mom was like, ooh, because she used to be a nurse. So she was like, it's cool to see what technology they're using these days. Tried to warm you up? Yeah. Oh, he's moving out in February and you need it done before then? Oh, no. Well, February is a ways away still. You have time. Oh my god, when you went to the ER for your reaction to your COVID shot, they almost used your foot because your veins were so bad? That's crazy. Fenrir Angel, hi, how are you doing? I am crocheting the Stardew Valley map. I know it doesn't look like anything right now because we were on the backside today, so you're just seeing a bunch of ends, but if we flip it over, it actually looks like something. So this is the in-game map, and I am crocheting it pixel for pixel right now. Yes, we're on the spaghetti side today, as we so affectionately call it. So I am right here, currently. We're over halfway done now. Just past the halfway mark for the day. So we're probably going to run a little bit late today, but that's okay. Not too bad. Spaghetti emote? That's a good check. Do you want to put that in the suggestion box in the Discord for me so I don't forget? Bot check? That's fair, Curie. You blue screened extremely hard trying to process everything? Sounds like something a robot would say. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to look at for sure, especially if you're not familiar with tapestry crochet. Okay, I need to bring in more of this. So I am actually crocheting with embroidery floss and using a 1.3 millimeter hook, so it's pretty little. Thank you, Shy. I have also seen everyone's suggestions about changes to the channels, like changes and additions to some of the Discord channels. So it's been noted. I just haven't worked on it yet. Can't believe it was suggested Jack eat the Forbidden Spaghetti for stream. It's like, look, I've already had one abdominal surgery this year, okay? I don't really think that I need another one. All you saw was the thread, and you thought you pulled out all the threads from the forbidden closet in the very back and chose to unravel it all and organize it. To be fair, it does kind of look like that. I bet that is a fun surprise if you don't know what I'm making, like if you haven't seen the front before at all. Because if you want to see a better picture of the map, this is a link to all of my socials. So I post weekly updates with my progress on the map, so that'll give you a better snapshot. Like if you look at my Instagram or my TikTok or whatever. So most people that come in here have seen some of my videos before. And so they know what I'm working on already. But I bet if this is the only information that you have, that's fucking hilarious. Technically, that abdominal surgery was last year. Look, Ash, I was hoping that nobody would catch that, okay? Next week, I cough up a hairball. Oh my god, there's enough of that in this house already. This is the autism zone. Nothing gets past your literalism. Damn it. It's like, you know what? That's really shedding some light on me getting frustrated at the stupid threads argument that I was talking about earlier, because that really is a case of me looking at that very literally, I feel like. Which is kind of warranted, but also, like, part of me getting frustrated is like, y'all are interpreting one single sentence as meaning a whole bunch of shit that it doesn't actually mean. Wow. 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 Not the milk. Not the fucking milk. What is milk time? Milk time is not a thing, is what it is. Some people in here are little weirdos and they just want to be drinking glasses of milk all the time, and I don't do that, and they want to push their milk drinking agenda onto me. Would you like to know something outrageous? What's outrageous, Shy? Lay it on me. Milk time is a Nightbot timeout threat, truly. Wow, Shy, come on. Don't bring the baby into it. Yeah, that's right, I said it. Naomi is a little weirdo who only drinks milk. Sorry, now I'm bullying your baby. Is Nickel being paid off by dairy farmers? Look, I don't want to make anyone upset, but have y'all seen what our this is the nicest way I can put this. Our members of our government have been posting on social media lately related to milk, cuz you might want to think twice about being a big old milk enjoyer right about now. They're trying to turn it into some kind of fucking conservative dog whistle, I swear to God. You fucking hate it? Yeah. I mean, what's not to hate about pretty much everything that they do? But it's a weird one. It's a weird one for sure. Like, wow. Y'all are really mad because we're not doing the Got Milk campaign anymore that we started, because after one of the world wars we had an overabundance of milk because of the government subsidizing it in order to make powdered milk for soldiers because it was an easy way to get them nutrition on the battlefield. Are y'all for real? Like, milk was already a supremacist dog whistle, unfortunately. That's true. Hence the Homelander drinking milk thing. Am I secretly Edward Elric? I'm tall, okay? You're so done with news? Me too, Jamcat. It's so hard right now. Everything is so hard. Sounds like something Edward Elric would say. You know, I did realize that after I said it, that I probably was not helping my case very much with that statement. You got proof? Let me see here. I'm gonna have one of those, like, yeah. I'm gonna have one of those conspiracy videos where people are like, in this clip, you can see that they're standing next to this piece of furniture, which we know is this high, so using math, we can determine that actually they're lying about being 6 feet tall. Which I've never said, by the way, but I am not 6 feet tall. This is just an example. I'm 5'8". I'm very average height for humans, not for half of, well, you know, if we're gonna gender it, then I'm taller than a lot of people in my demographic. I'm 4'5". Wow, thanks, Rinstarian. This door, which I found the exact model of, right? Like, how can you even take that shit seriously? It's so silly. Yeah. Oh my god, Nickel, are we getting a novel about your feelings about milk right now? I'm sad. Okay, what pisses me off is I do like milk. I do think it has a fascinating history and it does have a lot of nutritional benefits, but not the way they're marketing it. You have 2 dairy farm-centric projects that you're struggling to work on because you don't want to come off of some sort of dairy apologist. Nicole, are you having a mental and emotional breakdown in the chat right now? It's pretty central to a lot of American farming history and you want to talk about it? Look, fucking go for it, dude. Like, I support you. Talk about shit. Because, okay, here's my thing. Here's my soapbox turn. Okay? Is that I think that there should always be room for nuance, right? In any conversation. Like, when I say that I am non-binary, I mean that not just in terms of my gender identity, I mean that shit fucking philosophically, right? Like, I don't believe in binary thinking, period, okay? Nothing in life is black and white except for, like, a spectrum of light, right? Like, there's always nuance to a conversation. And when people try to smush any conversation into some lack of nuance or act like wanting nuance in the conversation is some sort of like indication of something else, what have you. That shit enrages me. Like, we should always have the ability to talk about the full range of meanings of any given thing, discuss its history, discuss its significance, discuss the things that make it more complicated. You know, like, I hate black and white thinking a lot. So I do agree that it is very silly for conservatives to try and be flattening the idea of what milk is into solely being some kind of conservative dog whistle. I agree that that is stupid and that we should talk about the history of milk, because I agree, it's very interesting. But it feels very funny that it's like, it's fucking milk, you know? But there are so many, it's always the little things. It's always the little things that have that kind of complicated historical like relevance to them, right? Like sugar has an extremely fraught history in this country, obviously, right? Corn has an extremely fascinating significance in this country, you know, food products especially. And milk is certainly one of those things that has had like a cultural place in this country, been made for it. So I support people being able to talk about things with nuance always. And I think that the elimination of nuance is fundamentally dangerous. And that's probably the most black and white that I care to get about anything is we should leave room for nuance. History of milk and the food pyramid are super entwined. Yeah. I don't think that it's a coincidence to see these things happening simultaneously, for sure. Don't tell that vegan teacher that you're hearing milk out. Look, milk is a thing that exists at the end of the day, whether you drink it or not, right? Nuance is dead. We'll bury it next to critical thinking. Yeah, and also next to me, because over my dead body. I will be that annoying bitch that never stops fucking talking about the need for nuance. Like, people are gonna have to, you know what? I'm gonna make them give first, because I'm gonna be out here going on rants about how I don't believe in having conversations that skip over leaving room for nuance. You should drink milk regularly, but after you started living on your own a year or two later, you couldn't have it without your abdomen cramping so bad. Yeah. You think that milk is bad? Well, you can also develop an intolerance. So, like, most people, it's actually sort of like more irregular for our bodies to be like adapted to still drinking milk as an adult. Yeah, our humans slowly lose their ability to process milk. Yes. So it is like, that is a regular thing to happen, to have milk intolerance as you get older. But we make it seem like it's not for so many reasons. You wish you went to school for agriculture instead of art? That is such an interesting thing to say. And I think that that really exhibits your passion for this topic, because that is, I don't know, that just feels so interesting to me that, like, you want to study agriculture on the academic level. Yeah. Humans weren't built to process milk for longer than the first few years of life. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, we do lots of things that we're not built to do, but... And that, you know... Take it or leave it, but, like, that explains why so many people are lactose intolerant or just don't process it well, even if it's not that severe, because our basic biology is just like that. But you love milk products? Nobody loves milk more than lactose intolerant people, I swear to God. Nobody loves milk more. Humans also weren't meant to fly airplanes, so yeah. It's like so many things in life that are like that they're just neutral facts, right? We don't have to necessarily impose greater meaning onto them, you know? We just out here doing shit, exactly. Take it or leave it. You got huge into studying it for one of your projects and you love studying it? That's awesome. Oh my goodness. Right, Big Chimkin. Thank you so much for the raid. How are y'all doing today? Welcome in. My name is Jack. I am a crochet and fiber artist. And I am currently working on crocheting the Stardew Valley world map, which you probably can't tell that from what you're looking at right now. But I will happily give y'all a look. So you'll see in the upper right-hand corner here, I have the map pulled up as my reference. So I'm just working one for one, pixel for pixel off of the map as it appears here. So here is your look. Let me zoom out a little bit more. We are having a big old conversation about milk right now. Please excuse us. But how was your day? How was your stream? What were y'all up to? Welcome in. Make yourselves comfortable. So here's the map. I have 69 rows remaining out of 244. So we're getting close to the end. You were playing Hightail. How are you liking it? I saw Dr. Gluon playing it last night. It looks really nice. Talking about crafting handbags specifically. Oh, well, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, join us. Yeah, we have a Discord server. Thank you for plugging that, Shy. So if you're familiar with Stardew Valley, then you can see just how much of the town we have gotten done here. So we're making our way up to the mountain to go see Robin, and the quarry will be coming into view very soon. So if you would like to see more zoomed out view of the map, you can also find my socials here. I do a map update every single week to mark my progress and give a nice overview of the map as it grows. So I've been doing that since it was, you know, this wide. And I am crocheting using embroidery floss. Thank you, Sky. You've been following on Instagram for ages? Well, I'm so glad that you were able to join us today, Dolly. Right, Nicole? I love the chicken theming, too. That's so cute. There's definitely a heavy appreciation for chicken motifs in here with the Stardew Valley fandom, right? You said you were talking about handbag construction, though? Like, are you into leatherworking? Also, if you need to raid and run, totally understood. Don't let me hold you up. Please go take care of yourself after stream. Hightail is a very good time if block game adjacent. Is genre progression more than competition with Minecraft? Okay, I see, totally. You were leatherworking in the game and people were trying to explain tanning to you. Oh, that's fun. It's always fun to see video games like incorporate those aspects of like real life craftsmanship into the game and see how they interpret things, like especially when they like really put in the work to make things super detailed. I always really enjoy seeing that. Yeah, I think leatherworking is very fascinating to watch. Um, you know, obviously doing crochet, making three-dimensional objects with a fabric and sewing and all of that stuff. It's very closely related to leatherwork and uses a lot of the same principles. But it's cool to see how people are able to make, you know, such sturdy three-dimensional forms with leatherworking. It's like one of those things where if I had infinite time and infinite money for making crafts, I would love to get my hands into that. You don't watch a lot of ASMR crafting videos, but leatherworking has some good sounds that go along with it for sure. Crispy, indeed. Let's see. Do I really not have another one of like a little thread of this hiding out somewhere? I guess not. I must have brought it along with me. Okay. I got a couple more places. So I'm gonna go this way. And then back. Okay, that's perfect. Okay. Were we done talking about milk? Did we reach the end of the milk conversation? You want to keep talking about milk? I mean, I just wanted to make sure that you got it all off your chest, you know? You have a good conversation topic, deep sea creatures. I like that one, Jamcat. Fun and scary. Okay, what have you got for me? You're good. Okay. I was enjoying it, Nicole. You have calculated how many stitches are in this project? In the Hyrule map? Yeah, wow. 43,000 386 double crochets, and 24,014 chain stitches. That's a crazy amount of chain stitches. Your smoothies have arrived, Kiri. I'm so happy for you. 67,400 stitches total. That's pretty crazy. You want to know how many stitches are in this project? $97,600. Yeah, it's kind of a lot. Which is why, like, I don't even feel like the cost of materials is really that high, because the stitch count of this project is comparable to, like, a big sweater. Like, I have made things with this amount of stitches before. I think I've made sweaters with this amount of stitches before. And so if you made a nice sweater, like a big sweater with nice yarn, like it would be probably a little bit less than I'm spending on the map. You're gonna lurk for post-stream stuff? Yes, please go take care of yourself. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hope to see you again soon, for sure. I'm live Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays I'll be playing Stardew Valley. My stitch count is several sweaters. Using an F hook. I swear I've made something that's comparable, but maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe it was 30,000 or something. I don't know. I'll look it up later and let y'all know if I'm like totally off base or not. You love anglerfish, particularly black sea devils and fanfish. Anglerfish are fucking cool. Was said sweater knit? It was not. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I accept it. I should have that information somewhere though. You don't keep track of stitches. So that's how I price things. Because I don't time myself. So keeping track of stitches, I have a formula that I use. So I sort of figured out my ideal timing and how much I wanted to be paid per hour. And then I took that, I did some math to figure out that one stitch, not for this. That's the other thing that's really good about, thank you, Jim Cat. That's the other thing that is really good about pricing in this particular way, is that you can change the number depending on what stitch you're doing, if you're doing color changes, things like that. So different stitches can then be more expensive, especially if there's like more yarn that goes into those stitches. But generally speaking, one single crochet stitch on a normal piece of work would be 0.0167 cents, something like that. Oh, it doesn't want me to put that in there. Well, it wasn't a command, but that's fine. That's fine, Twitch. Don't worry about it. So a little bit less than 2 cents per stitch, right? So if I take that number, I can then multiply it by the number of stitches in the project to get my labor cost. And then sometimes I'll add a little bit extra too to account for things like, you know, having to sew stuff together. But that, to me, is much easier than feeling like I have to like stay on top of the ball with like how long it's taking me to do stuff so that I can time myself accurately, right? Because I hate timing myself. It makes me feel anxious. So if you all give me just 1 second, I'm going to be right back and take a potty break. So please, everybody, take this chance to get some water, get your drink, whatever. We'll be back in just a second. Okay, thank you for redeeming that stretch break, Nickel. Yes, absolutely, stretch time. Nickel is Big Milk, confirmed. Um, the stoplight loose jaw fish hunt using a red light emitter, which gives them an advantage because other fish cannot see red light or red at the depth in which they reside. That's very cool. Had a smoothie and you're gonna try to get resettled for sleep? Please get nice and cozy, Kiri. Mambo fell asleep. Mambo already got nice and cozy. Using that stitch cost to calculate for yourself, this blanket comes out to over $1,000, including materials. Yeah. The map minus materials, not counting color, change time, and other labor, is over $1,600. Yes, so the map is a good example of something that I would not be using that number for. So the map, because I am estimating each row to be to take about 2.5 hours. It's basically like, what is that? Hold on. Sorry, I'm doing this wrong. One second. So it's 2.5 hours per row. So the map is more like, wait, that's, oh my god, I'm forgetting how I did this. Hold on, it's kind of complicated. So 20 divided by times would be, so I think the map should be more about like 86 or 87 cents per stitch, something like that, I think. No, that's not right. Hang on. I figured this out at one point. Basically, I can just calculate it the normal way, though. I said, what was it? 2.5 hours per stitch times 2.5 hours per row times 244 rows is 610 hours, and then I can just multiply that by my normal rate. It would be over $12,000. So there's no way in hell this map's ever getting sold. That's like without any markup. So I'd probably easily be $15,000 that I would charge for this map, because it's too time intensive for anything more reasonable. You got another row done, Ash? Good job. Your queen size blankets usually take you 70-ish hours. Yeah, blankets are fucking big. Can we talk about composting, making stock, clothing repairs, small-scale agriculture in a yeehaw fuck the law way, not a trad wife way? Absolutely. I mean, there's a big reason that my name is Jack Evil, and it's because I'm very fucking aware of the, you know, there's a subsection of the fiber arts community that views fiber arts as very sort of conservative undertaking, and I wanted to make sure that when I came into the social media space and was making my content, that it was very clear that I do not mean fiber arts in a conservative way. So as you put it, Nickel, yeehaw, fuck the law. You've been working on a blanket during stream, Jamcat? What kind of blanket? We were talking about this in a focus group you were helping facilitate. Repairing clothing should be more of a thing. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I saw somebody, I think it was like on Instagram or something, they were talking about how, like, we have less, fashion literacy, and less understanding of, like, how to dress ourselves, how clothes are going to fit us, things like that, as a direct consequence of having less general knowledge of clothing construction, and also having these different brands that are providing all of our clothing rather than people going to like a tailor who is like making all of their clothes for them. You can't fix your jeans because you don't know how to darn it. I feel like, oh, in your thighs. Yeah, that's a tough one. But I've seen a lot of information about that right now. I feel like darning, like people teaching other people how to do darning on the internet is such a thing right now. I can absolutely find you a tutorial, Kiri. Like, you can learn how to do that 100%. Yeah, the mechanics of it are simple enough, for sure. Yes, that's what the Discord is so great for, is sharing all of this information. I'm going to turn the tutorials and resources channel into a forum as well, so this information is easier to look back through. That's been on my to-do list for a while now. You do have a sewing machine. I mean, darning is something that you can do by hand even if you don't, you know. You can even make a, if Nickel hasn't already got you, figured out, y'all are always welcome to tag me on the Discord and remind me, like, hey, you were going to talk about this after stream, because otherwise I will forget what I said while I was doing this. After stream ends, I turn everything off, and then I decompress and just forget that I exist for a while. So, you know, I just don't remember things that happen during the stream. Activating Nickel like a sleeper agent. Doesn't take much. You only heard about darning from an ex-adult parent who used a sewing machine? Interesting. I have, like, only seen it done by hand. I'm sure that both work, but, there's... I know of information that I can give directly to you that is by hand. If that's what you're interested in. Yeah, you're sleepy and definitely not ready for info. 100%. But hey, that's the nice thing about Discord, right? It'll just hold on to stuff for you for whenever you're ready for it. Those damn ads. Adele, get out of here. Oh, Renstarian, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Kiri. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, y'all are so sweet to each other. I appreciate y'all always helping each other out and everything. Ren's such a boss? I'm saying. Yeah, get that Junimo out. Okay, back. With your sub. You got a sub while you were gone. So if it tries to show you ads again, Kiri, just refresh the stream, because sometimes it doesn't register right away that you have the sub, so no more ads for you. Yes, Starring gifted you a sub while you were in ad jail. More emotes for Kiri to play with. Advertising, me taking Kiri from Mattel. Advertising on this level for everything is a hellscape, not gonna lie. Yeah. Yeah. It's like really hard to go along with it, you know? Like it's something that I do feel very conflicted about, you know? But I just try to think about it like it is an opportunity for y'all to offer me some support that is at least monetarily free. I do think that it is disingenuous to say that like sitting through an ad is in all ways free. Like it does not have a monetary cost attached to it. Certainly it does not. You don't have to pay in order for me to get money that way. It's a very small amount of money, but like I still think it is disingenuous to say that there's not like a cost to watching ads. Like that's still your time that is being taken away by an ad. So like I appreciate that you don't blame me and that you understand why I have this relationship with advertising, unfortunately, but yeah, it's like a weird thing for me on my end because it is something that like I have so I have a bit of a moral opposition to. Like it feels bad for me to like contribute to it even though it's kind of necessary. Yeah. It annoys you when people complain about ads on stream. It's like, yeah, I get it. They're shit, you know? But I didn't invent capitalism. I still gotta take care of myself too, right? You know, so it's like you gotta do what you can, and unfortunately, that's one of the options that's been made available to us, right? And the other thing too is that there isn't any setting that I can turn on. Like there is nothing that I can do to prevent you from seeing any ads. So if that were possible, I might approach things a little bit differently. But if I don't have ad breaks turned on, then you will get pre-roll ads. And I won't have any control over that. So the reason I really hate that is then because people come in with raids and I'm trying to talk to them and they're immediately over in ad land and they can't hear anything I'm saying. And that really bothers me. So I'm like, at the very least, this is my way to control pre-roll ads and always know when the ad break is happening for people. Well, in theory, Twitch is kind of janky sometimes, but you know, it's like there's nothing that I can do to 100% save people from seeing ads, so might as well get something out of it, right? And have a little bit more control and knowledge about when it's happening. Yeah, you blame the corporations as you should. That's what, you know, they fucking deserve the blame. here is this product, consider buying it. That's all this needs to be. Yeah, yeah. Like, JG Wentworth is exempt. Yeah. I think that the amount of manipulation that advertising very pointedly targets us with is a big part of what makes it so hard. Because it's like, in and of itself, it might not be so difficult to put up with this bullshit, but like, God, it's just so obvious lately how hard they are trying to like abuse us with these fucking ads, you know? Like, apparently, what was it? Reese's Cups, I think, had an ad where they had the like alert siren in the beginning of their ad, the like emergency alert siren. They should not be fucking allowed to do that. Yeah, medication and drug ads, and then your insurance won't even let you have it. So, like, what the fuck is the point of it, right? Like, they won't. Your insurance is like, no, you can only have generics, even though they don't work the same. Yeah, a bunch of people are very pissed off about that one. You have many soapboxes today. You're collecting them, Nickel. Yeah, as someone who did social media classes, I know why ads are set up the way they are, and it's wild. Yeah. It's like, I need to get deeper into some of this SEO shit, but like, I just hate having to like learn about it. Marketing for yourself is fucking hard. It's soul sucking. So it's like, there's logic behind all of it, and some of the logic is fucking disgusting. Like, so many of these advertisers want to make you feel activated. They want to be triggering you in different ways. Like, they're playing on your emotions in a very serious way, you know? But it's only for 10 seconds, so it's not a big deal, right? You're watching on an all-in-one, for some reason on here the ads pop up in a corner and you can still see the stream. It's interesting how it does that sometimes. So like on mobile, you get the banner ads a lot of the times, and then yeah, I get that sometimes too. On some streams I get that where it'll put the stream in the corner, and on some streams I don't. And I don't understand what the difference is. Collecting more things to be mad about, like Pokemon, you don't have to look that hard. Actually, about soapboxes, no, I was going to say that seems like that would be such a fascinating topic to get into. I buy a lot of soap for my soap making friend, but they're so pretty I can't use them sometimes, so yes, you collect them. So funny. I saw somebody talking about how they were eating like a bin full of Pez, and they felt like a giant eating tiny little bars of soap. Makeup, skincare, and hair care ads are really deceiving. Yeah, that's one of the worst ones, when you just know the ad is straight up lying to your face. And you just know that there are people out there who are gonna believe it. Your computers have ad block, hence why you use your phone more for streams you're active in. I appreciate that, Kiri. My computer also has ad block. It doesn't work a lot of the time, though, so I don't feel too bad about it. Like, I pretty frequently still see ads on Twitch and YouTube, but... like, please protect your peace. I don't hold that against anyone for sure. Like, I don't make that much money off of ads for me to be mad about anybody using ad block, so... You're gonna read Sherlock now? Enjoy. Like Arthur Conan Doyle Sherlock? Cause that's the shit, Pixie. And don't even get me started on AI! Oh my god, I know. There's so much to say. There's so much to say. You love that Pezza soaps? Which, not to keep disturbing you from your reading, Pixie, but which one are you reading right now? YouTube's ads are aggressive. Yeah. Yeah. And sometimes they're so long. And sometimes this thing happens where because I have ad block, it won't let me skip the ad. Like it'll break it, but it'll break it in a way where it still plays the whole ad. And some of those ads are like fucking 2.5 minutes long. Like, why is this ad so long? So I'll have to like refresh just so that I don't have to sit through this entire long ass fucking ad. You just got your second payout from Twitch in a year? That's awesome. Okay, can we talk about how stupid Twitch's payout policy is, though? Like the fact that you have to earn a certain amount of money before it'll give it to you. When I first started streaming, I had an amount of money, I don't remember how much, but it ended up sitting in my Twitch account for like 3 years because I stopped streaming and then they just never gave it to me. You have one book that has all of them, but you're starting at the beginning. Yes, that is the way to do it, Pixie. Okay, I hope you enjoy. Twitch is just dumb. Yep. Hate that shit. Like, you really have to plan ahead if you're going to stop streaming to make sure that you actually get your money, because otherwise... Now you got to add that to the tax file too. I know, like, oh god, doing taxes. It's gonna be something else this year. $1K left. 1K stitches. That's not so bad. Or 1K channel points. 1K what? 1K what? Oh, you said another row bites the dust. So close to that damn square. Okay, it was 1,000 channel points. You are getting... So you said 2,000 earlier. You've been making really good progress. Lots more than 1K stitches. I was about to say 1K is not that much for stitches. Progress! You're gonna have it before you know it. I'm kind of feeling like I might end up doing an extra long Stardew stream on Sunday too, since I haven't been able to play at all this week. So that could be a good time to make up your points. You gotta go for now? Okay, well, thanks for hanging out, Ash. Yes, we'll see you on Sunday. We all died down. Yeah, it's like, it's almost like it's past our bedtime or something over here, because it's like we're getting past the time that I'm normally ending stream, so everyone's like, what do I do with myself? Oh God, not turning a tube inside out, Nickel. I'm so sorry for you. Hopefully you have a nice long stick at your disposal. Sitting here with a dowel like you're churning butter. That's fucking amazing. Had to use a safety pin? Yeah, it's a good way to go about it. I think if you have a dowel, dowels are nice. You can also use a paintbrush handle. It's this row, and then the next row, and then we are officially in the quarry. It's about 1.5 inches wide and 48 inches long. Oh shit. Yeah, you definitely need that dowel. Yeah, you can see we are right here. And then we'll have the first little tiny bit of the quarry pop up very soon. You're gonna have to go through a period of grief when the map is done. Don't you worry, Nickel. I'm not gonna. I've had so many people say that, like, "Oh God, what am I gonna do with myself when the map is done?" I'm like, you are all going to be way too busy preparing yourself and getting hype for what comes next, because you better believe I have about 8,000 projects sitting on the back burner that I am just chomping at the bit waiting to start on, because the map is the only thing stopping me. Because I cannot have multiple projects that are this involved going at the same time. That is where I put my foot down. So, don't worry. I got you. Because, like, I want to do a pixel art design. Like, I want to put together a design for something very large scale from Katamari. I want to do Ginger Island, the Ginger Island map. I want to do all of the character portraits. I'm going to have to do kind of like a mini follow-up series to go with the map. That's me doing all of the heads. Like, there's so much. There's so much. This is just special. It's the first one. That's fair. Like so many of you are here because of this project. Yeah, that is special. But rather than being the end of an era, it is in fact the beginning of an era. You need to stop reading to rant for a second. You're 16 but chronically ill, so you have the body of a 60-year-old. Oh, God. And you currently need to wear an elbow brace? Oof. You'll be pre-ordering 3 bracelets for you and your Stardew besties? That's so sweet, Nicole. I will probably have that pre-order up starting next week, I would imagine. I just want to get some hardware ordered for the examples. So I think I figured out what hardware I want to do the snaps, because like I'm not going to use the snaps that I used for this one. I'm going to use different snaps that I think will look nicer. And then I'm going to get hardware to do the keychain version as well. So I'll have those examples up for the pre-order. But I will probably open that next week. For like when I drop my update, I'll have that. Yeah, being in my field, I have certainly come close to fucking up my elbow plenty of times. Tennis elbow is so annoying. As someone who isn't into Stardew, but would love to have a piece because you love watching this journey, the map section, which map section would you suggest? For the bracelets, you mean? So for the bracelets, it's just going to be this. So it's the map border. I thought about making different colorways, but I felt like it was not clear enough what they were supposed to be. So I'm just going to do the one colorway. But for the raffle, there will be some more fun options. Yes, the tree thing that I mentioned was for the raffle specifically. So I'm going to do a couple of more involved bracelets. They'll probably be thicker as well. That'll have different specific motifs. So I will have examples of those, but those will be, because like I cannot be making bracelets like that for everybody. That would take way too much time. As much as I would like to. But I can do that kind of stuff custom if anybody wants. You didn't even do anything to it. You just have a connective tissue disorder. Yeah, for sure. It's not the same, my experience, for sure, but just to commiserate a little bit, I know how annoying that kind of elbow pain is. But I can't imagine having it all the time. I'm sure that fucking sucks. Especially being your age, like, you know, you are at the age where you should get to have the privilege of just sort of like not taking care of your body and bouncing back immediately, you know? Like you should have so much recovery power in your body because of the age that you're at. So it's very fucking not fair that you like don't get to have that same experience because of, you know, chronic illness. Your friend has a pretty severe case. Yeah. I feel EDS is definitely one of those things where I feel like education about EDS has to come from somebody with EDS because it's like not enough is being done to acknowledge that it's a real fucking condition that people regularly have. Like the way that doctors talk about it, you'd think that like 5 people in the whole world have ever had it, you know? It's like I know so many people who have EDS. Like what are we doing? You think you're just too hypermobile? I mean, to be fair, there are other connective tissue disorders that are not EDS, but like it's not like they're diagnosing those either. You think you're just too hypermobile but not quite EDS. You also just have chronic pain, so you ignore most of your body issues. I know, that's a hard one, Kiri. When you're just like having chronic pain that you know is like there's nothing that you can do about, you know, like I don't know how people with fibro get through the day, cuz I for a while was having pain that like kind of felt comparable to fibro. I think that it's potentially like a I don't know. I think I potentially have AMPS, which is amplified musculoskeletal pain syndrome, or something in that vein. I do a lot to like mitigate it so that I'm not dealing with that pain day to day, but like there are things that I don't do in my life because I know that if I do them I will have pain, right? So it is a limiting factor in my life. But like I'll go out and I'll have like an hour coffee date with someone, and then I'll come home and I'll like have pain in my neck and shoulders for 3 days. Like that's the kind of situation I'm talking about. So, and it's not like I did anything rigorous. It's just that like I guess I lose track of like how to hold my body when I'm socializing or something. So shit happens. But it is not something that happens all the time. So like I really can't imagine dealing with that all the time. How awful that would be. Like there was a period of time not so long ago where it was like I was having it like a flare up or something for like weeks, and it was miserable. I felt like I couldn't do fucking anything. So it's just, it really sucks to be in that position. But it's like also understandable to feel like there's no point in figuring it out because the doctor can't do anything either. You complimented your friend's goth rings and she said, thanks, they keep my fingers together. Yeah, to be fair, no, I agree, Pixie. The finger splints do look very cool. They look like rings. And I think that's a good point too, that like just because something is a mobility aid, that doesn't mean it is not also a cool goth ring, right? Like two things can be true. There's always room for nuance, Nickel. You have fibro, yeah. But you also have a labor intensive job and you can't get accommodations. Okay. And you can't get an easier job and you can't get an alternative income. Yeah. It sucks. What the fuck are you supposed to do? Yeah. That sucks. I'm really sorry about that. Nuance, we all shout. It's like one of my least favorite sayings is there are two sides to every story. Because no, there's fucking not. There's the truth about what happened, and then there's a perspective for every single person who witnessed. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, y'all. Maintenance just came in. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Maintenance just walked in randomly. I was not expecting that. They were knocking, but, I couldn't hear them because I was streaming. Apparently, someone in one of the apartments below mine is having a water leak, so they were like, we got to come in right now and check out what's going on, but I don't think it is related to anything that is happening in my apartment, so we should be good. They shouldn't have a key to my door. That's apartment life for you, so okay, where were we? Yeah, I think the reason that they're here so late is just because it's like a emergency water leak situation, which I can understand. Yeah, apartments are really annoying. Why do they have a key? I mean, that's pretty normal, honestly. I think that they were like with an office manager. So like there was 3 people. So I think one of them was probably an office manager. Yeah. Cuz yeah, normally if it's like just maintenance, we're like, "Hey, you need to schedule an appointment before you come in here." Like we're pretty strict about that because our cats get freaked the fuck out. But also we, used to have 3 and that wasn't actually allowed. But yeah, because of the situation, I think that they were up here with an apartment manager. They were very nice about it though. They were complimenting the apartment. It was so funny that they're like frantically like, "We're here to assess a water leak. I really like your bookshelves though." Technically wasn't allowed pets, but still had 2 cats anyway. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I know my cats are not going to be a problem, so I'm just going to casually get away with it forever. Like, I've had my cats for so long, and I've never lived in an apartment complex that allowed 3, ever. Ever. And I've still had 3 the whole time, so. Except for now. It's the first time in a long time that I've had 2 cats. Luna loved to visit with the handymen in their schools. That's really cute. Yeah, Jude would have been all about it. She liked people a lot. She was not shy about strangers. But she was not allowed to be out for that because we always tell people that our cats are very, very afraid, or our singular cat is very, very afraid of strangers and will have a fit if she has to meet one. So Jude had an obligation to keep up the charade. So, but the other 2 really don't like strangers. Poor Carmilla was very upset that she got caught unawares because she was sleeping on top of the cat tree when they came in. I don't think she realized at first that they were there. So she climbed into the tool bag. That is so cute. Your mom got rid of your cat that you had for 8 years because a new rental said no pets? Oh, never. I would never. Yeah, that's so sad. I hate it when they do that to you, though, and put you in that position of, like... I think it's so dumb. Like, I get the logic of why they feel that way, you know? Like, cat urine can really fuck up a unit, but, like, so can people doing so many things. Let's not act like the cats are the real problem here. It's negligent pet owners who may also be negligent tenants. Like, fuck landlords. My urine can fuck up a unit. Well, Nickel. Nickel's gonna go rogue here. Your cat hides under the bed anytime a doorbell rings. Honestly, that's probably pretty good, because then that means you don't have to deal with a cat trying to run outside. So that's the real danger, is when people who have pets who are like too gung-ho about going to the door and going outside. Like, that's how you get cats sneaking out. Anytime your cat hears the back door open, he comes running. Does he like to go outside through the back door? Oh, he stays in the backyard. He doesn't realize he can jump over the fence. You know, sometimes it's for their own good when cats are little dummies. I love them so much. That's cute. Starla snuck out a couple times while you were prepping your house for paint, and she immediately regretted it every time. Oh my goodness. Cats are so funny. Like, yeah, I know my cats, like, if they did end up outside, like, there have been a couple occasions where one of my cats, we used to live in an apartment that was on the 3rd floor, but it was like inside of a house. So the apartment let out into an enclosed stairwell. So it was still inside, right? So on a couple of occasions, my cats like got out to wander in the stairwell, but then like a noise would happen and they'd be like, oh shit, why am I out here? And run back inside. Like, it's all fun and games until something scary happens. Luna slipped out the screen in the apartment to chase down the neighbor cat. Oh my god. But stopped at the end of the walkway on the 2nd floor and would flop when you chased her down. What a silly girl. It's like, Carmilla's so silly because when I went to go put her away in the bedroom, she was like scrambling, trying to get out of my arms, did manage to get out of my arms, tried to run behind my computer, but I had to pull her out so I could put her in the bedroom because I'm like, you will be much happier if I just put you in the bedroom. And so after maintenance was gone, I talked to Jess for a second, and she's like, "Can you get Carmilla? She's in here crying." And so after maintenance is gone, Carmilla is completely okay with me picking her up because she every time we have somebody in here, I kind of have a ritual of like picking her up and taking her around the apartment so she can look in all of the different rooms and see that everybody's gone now. So she's like okay with me picking her up then. Your cat used to like going outside in a rural area, and then one day she got in a fight with the neighbor's cat and she became indoor only. Oh my god. Poor little baby. She got bullied. It's so funny. I'm pretty sure like every single one of the apartments around me has cats. I know some of them do because their cats will sit in the window. Bye, Jam Cat. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hope to see you on Sunday. There's this one, though, that's like in one of the apartments downstairs. And I remember at one point I was like going up and down the stairs, like carrying trash or something. And this cat was like, the look that it was giving me through the window, it was looking at me like, holy shit, what the fuck is that? Like, couldn't believe its eyes. Cats are so funny. Your house has a lot of stray cats around it, and your cats, mostly Starla, do not like seeing them. Yeah, it's funny when cats get mad about things that are happening outside. My cats really like to birdwatch, which is, there's really good bird watching in this apartment because there's like a billion starlings that live in the courtyard, so they're always flying around out there. So whenever our cats start chittering at them, we say that they're cussing out the birds. Oh, but they didn't care about the opossum and the skunk? Probably wise that they didn't feel inclined to fight a skunk. It's funny thinking about like when cats are able to recognize other cats or even other animals. Like Agatha likes to watch TV, but when there's specifically animals on the TV, she becomes like activated in a completely unique way. And it's so interesting to see her like understand like, oh, that's an animal. Like even Carmilla, she doesn't normally watch TV as much, but there was we were watching like Planet Earth. I was watching a Planet Earth thing with my mom, and like obviously they get excited if there's like birds and squirrels and stuff on the TV, right? That's like normal for them. That's like what they're used to seeing. But you know, the Planet Earth thing, there's all of these different animals. Agatha's like getting up and like walking around in front of the TV and like looking all close at like the big walruses and like um you know, all of these different kinds of creatures. She's just fucking fascinated with it, trying to make it an interactive program. But then Carmilla doesn't notice it at all until the wolves come on screen. And then she saw the wolves and she's like, oh my god. I think Carmilla thinks that she's a dog. Like, she'll be staring at you and purring wetly, very wetly, and wagging her tail. Like, she's so silly. Okay. At last, we've made it through our row for the day. Every time you have a video that has kitten meows and cries, Starla has to come and find them. You don't think she had a litter, but it's possible. Oh, or at least maybe knew some babies. My cats have never had kittens, but I feel like Agatha reacts the most to hearing kitten noises, and she was part of like a really big colony of barn cats before we got her, so I don't think that she's necessarily like maternal about it though. It's just like she looks up when she hears them like, whoa, what's going on? Agatha, you okay? You okay? Agatha has wandered out. You got her from the Humane Society free adoption. Yeah, you never know the histories of some of these cats. I've had all 3 of my cats since they were little bitty babies. Your kitty was very dog-like. It's funny when that happens, isn't it? Luna's the most like a dog out of the group. It's like, we used to say, Jude is just a cat. Like, there's nothing else going on in there. Like, that is a cat. 100%, no doubt about it. Agatha is a person. Like, Agatha has full-on people thoughts. She's so smart. And then Carmilla is a dog. She makes you play fetch. I love it when cats play fetch. Agatha used to play fetch. She doesn't really do it anymore, but she used to play fetch. Her favorite thing to do is like, if there's like chair legs or something, she likes to take her toy and she likes to play with it like around the chair legs. Like she likes to make it hard for herself. Okay. And there's our row for the day. So we're working on trees on top of the cliff here now. We're getting up into the mountain properly. We've got the road over here. It's coming out the other side. You can see more of the waterfall here. And then, like I said, we are so close to the quarry. It's going to be right here. Think you're excited to see the mountains the most? I get that. I'm very looking forward to the mountains. I think they're going to be very pretty. We've had a full-ass stream today. Gotta add my rows for the week. Let's see. Got 2 so far. To eat and sleep good? Yeah, you better, Kiri. Take care of yourself. Oh, for me? Yeah, I definitely need to eat something properly. Probably not time for me to sleep yet because I did wake up like an hour before stream started, so my day is still young. It's more like time to eat and play Animal Crossing. Do you have permission to not take care of yourself today? No. No. Everyone eat and sleep good. Threat. Who are you bonking, yourself? You better stop that. You're gonna get in trouble. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. It's not your fault you didn't sleep good. Oh, that's right. It's still attached. Okay, I was like, where'd my color run away to? It's flipped to the map currently. Oh. I will put potatoes inside of all of you? My god, Nickel. It's a little saucy. Watch out, you're gonna make the EMTs mad. You're on meds for sleep and you still can't sleep good? Oh my gosh. Just typical, isn't it? Please get the kitties good pets from me. Certainly, certainly will. Get a couple of my loose ends put away here. Look at how, look at how empty this bag is getting. I feel like y'all don't have as good of a frame of reference for this as I do, but it's like, it used to be so stuffed full, and now we're getting so close to using all of this up, but then I'm going to order more and I'm going to fill it back up again. I can't believe, part of me is like, I can't believe I still have this much floss for only a quarter of the map left, and part of me is like, damn, I hope this is enough. Okay, ad break is trying to sneak in here right at the last second, so I'm gonna pause that. And we're gonna find somebody to raid really quick. So that y'all can get your raiding channel points. Oh, Luna is live. We can go over there. Yeah, let's go and see what Luna's up to. Where did I get that Switch cover? I will try to remember. I can definitely get that information for you, Pixie. I just don't remember off of the top of my head. Okay, we're gonna go see Luna. I will see y'all on Sunday. Have a great rest of your day. If you would care to, please type evil raid accompanied by whatever the evilest emotes you have access to are. And I will see y'all next time. Bye-bye.